Christine, you ready? Wyatt, Sally, you good? We're good? Good evening, everybody. Wanted to call the meeting to order. Welcome to the Monday, February 9th meeting of the City Council. Let's start with roll call, please.
Mr. Agan?
Here.
Ms. Conley?
Here.
Ms. Downs?
Here.
Ms. Flynn?
Here.
Mr. Snyder?
Here.
Ms. Underhill?
Here.
And Mayor Hardy?
Here.
Thank you, Council.
If everyone could join us in a pledge of allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there a motion to adopt tonight's meeting agenda?
I move to adopt the meeting agenda as published.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting agenda is adopted. Before we get into our proclamations and special presentations, I think we have two conflicts of interest tonight to make up front. Mr. Reagan, would you like to start?
Yep. The City Council is discussing tonight a capital project known as the Greening of Lincoln, which would implement storm drainage and sidewalk improvements along Lincoln Avenue. As a resident on Lincoln Avenue, my property will be affected by this project, causing me to have a personal interest. Because I am only one resident among many who may realize a reasonably foreseeable direct or indirect benefit from the project, I am allowed to participate as a council member in this matter under the Conflict of Interest Act. After careful thought, I have decided to participate in this matter because I am confident in my ability to participate fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
Thank you. And Ms. Connolly.
There we go. The City Council. Sorry, it's just opening here. The City Council is discussing tonight an amendment to the city's adopted FY 2026 budget and a corresponding appropriation of funds to implement that amendment. I am an employee of the Falls Church City School Board, which will be affected by the proposed budget amendment. Because I'm only one employee among many who may realize a reasonably foreseeable direct or indirect benefit from the proposed ordinance, I'm allowed to participate as a council member in this matter under the Conflict of Interest Act. After consideration, I am electing to participate in this transaction because I am confident in my ability to participate fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
Great. Thank you for that. So let's move on to our special presentations for tonight. I wanted to welcome Mr. Thomas Harrington from the Metropolitan Council of Governments. Thank you for joining us.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Hardy and members of council. I'm Tom Harrington with the Council of Governments. I'm Multimodal Planning Program Director in the Department of Transportation Planning. Tonight's presentation will primarily focus on the DMV Moves initiative, but before I get to that, I want to start with a brief introduction about the Council of Governments. Next. COG is the one place in our region that brings leaders together from DC, Maryland, Virginia, with 24 local government members. This is the forum to tackle common issues that we all face and also to plan for the future. Next. And COG is also home to our region's metropolitan planning organization, the Transportation Planning Board. Let's see, next slide. And again, TPB recently approved Visualize 2050, the long-range plan for the region, and it ensures major transportation projects receive federal funding by being in the long-range plan and in the Transportation Improvement Program. Next. COG's main focus areas include transportation, public safety, community planning, and the environment. And so again, Visualize 2050, the long-range plan has over $300 billion of transportation projects, highway and transit. The region expects to fund through 2050. COG also manages several programs such as Commuter Connections, which helps provide services to area employers and to help workers make smart commuting choices. Next slide. On this slide here, we're highlighting that the city has recently, in the last few years, received funding from COG on a series of different transportation programs, such as the Regional Roadway Safety Program and the Transportation Land Use Connections programs. And next. One of the services of COG is cooperative purchasing, and currently the city participates in some of those programs. This is also relevant because within DMV Moves, we've talked a lot about how transit agencies can do cooperative purchasing together. Next slide. This chart shows COG's revenue by source. We like to point out that the 9% in member dues leverages more than $41 million in federal and state funding, so unlocking a huge amount of benefits for our member governments. And then next, this slide shows City of Falls Church dues to the council governments. So again, COG provides great value to the region, and I'm going to talk about one of the recent initiatives, that's DMV Moves. Today's presentation comes after the milestone in November when the COG and Metro boards came together to endorse the final DMV Moves plan. This milestone came after 18 months of a lot of hard work among the region stakeholders, among agency staff, and how we got here, we are fortunate to have one of the best transit systems in the country. In fact, APTA named Metro the Transit Agency of the Year in 2025. But we do have challenges on the transit front, and so at the beginning of DMV Moves, there was a recognition of a funding crisis. Next slide, please. Coming out of the pandemic, many transit agencies in the region had operating budget shortfalls due to lower ridership. In the last 2 years, a lot of the systems have rebounded, and in fact, at the beginning, while Metro was looking at operating deficits, the focus for Metro quickly became the capital budget. And so looking at a capital funding shortfall that, if not addressed, after 2028 would lead to real funding cliff for the capital program, so leading to an increase in the backlog of capital projects. Another challenge the region faces is having a complex network of transit systems. That's both a challenge and an opportunity. But for the riders, we need to find ways to coordinate and integrate services to provide seamless travel across the region. So to address these needs, the COG and Metro boards came together. They created DMV Moves with a task force of regional officials and supported by advisory groups of local government executives as well as regional stakeholders. This was to ensure everyone had a voice to strive to reach consensus on a vision for transit. Next slide. There are 4 key components of the DMV Moves plan. First is the Metro funding plan. And so this in the plan calls for an additional $460 million per year in capital funding with the provision that it will grow at 3% a year. So this will help improve safety and reliability. Having that escalation was not part of prior funding agreements, and as inflation increased, that cut into Metro's buying power. One of the initiatives that Metro's highlighted for using the new capital funding would be Metro Rail modernization, and in particular replacing the signal system for Metro, which has in some places been sort of outdated, and there are many other systems around the world that are using new technology. And so while the current system is safe, moving to this new technology, communication-based train control, will make the system more reliable, and it will allow to improve the capacity of the system. The DMV Moves plan also identifies local funding needs for bus systems around the region, as well as commuter rail, but did not identify a funding source for those other transit systems. Key to the plan is a partnership for bus priority. So it recognizes that in order to make transit more efficient across the region, we need to get buses out of traffic congestion, and that will also improve the experience for the rider, but also save operating costs for the operators. And the last piece was an action plan for transit integration, and that's to focus on this providing a more seamless customer experience. Next slide. To kind of give a quick overview of that transit action plan, it has 6 components. I'll talk a little bit more about regional bus priority in a minute. but also includes service guidelines and performance reporting. So the idea here is to adopt a common set of regional service guidelines and then to measure performance and report it annually to show how the region's transit system is performing. TPB does prepare a state of public transit report currently annually, but what this would do is add more quantitative metrics to that report. On fare integration, the idea is to provide more uniform fare policy and more opportunities with passes and other technology to make it easier to travel around the region on different transit systems. During the time that DMV Moves was being created, we had a number of systems go fare-free, which in some ways changed the dynamic a bit on fares, but I think getting commuter rail to use SmartTrip and looking for more ways to make it easier to pay will be part of it. And another was to look at more consistent policies for youth fares, so make it easier for those for youth to ride free if you're under 18. On customer information and facilities, there was a bus stop amenities work group that looked at how we can have standards for what a customer sees at bus stops based on the characteristics of that bus stop, but also things like having a uniform look to a bus stop flag, having a single ID number that you could call, and a customer service number that riders could call to get information on their trip. Shared resources is looking at ways that the agencies in the region can pool their purchasing power. So that's that cooperative purchasing I mentioned. And then the last area, consistent training, is looking for ways that the agencies can help train transit workers, again, and also to streamline reporting across the agencies. Next slide, please. So looking at the bus priority component, DMV Moves calls for action on implementing a network of 7 bus priority corridors. And this includes two corridors shown there in Virginia, most notably Route 7 Leesburg Pike, highlighted connecting into Alexandria on the Duke Street Transitway. But the plan calls for jurisdictions to commit to implementing on these corridors. But jurisdictions will work with COG and Metro to identify roles and responsibilities. So while the plan calls for achieving overall improvements in speed and reliability, some of the implementation details are going to be worked out this year as we look at each corridor and segments of corridors and identify the best way to move forward in each of these. But the bottom line is looking for a network on those corridors that have the highest ridership and the highest potential for growth in the region to prioritize buses that move through those corridors. Okay, next. Okay, so wrapping up here, we're at a pivotal moment with public transit agencies having stabilized operations, but the system requiring ongoing capital investment. And without action, we risk undermining that progress that's been made. So the Metro and COG boards endorsed the plan as mentioned, and now the push is really to secure the funding. And so we have COG and Metro have been out talking to agencies. We've been meeting with city and county councils like yourselves to endorse the plan and then also to commit to work together on that regional integration action plan. So in closing, DMV Moves offers a path forward, one that's regional, sustainable, and forward-looking. Through that unified vision, we can help build the modern transit network that powers our economy and enhances the lives of every resident. Thank you very much. And take any questions.
Great, thank you. Thank you not only for the presentation, but obviously participating in COG I think is really important when we are one small jurisdiction in a big region. So clearly transit funding is an important topic, but lots of other things that COG does is valuable to us. So we appreciate being a part of it.
Thank you.
Questions or comments for Mr. Harrington? Vice Mayor?
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I apologize, I'm looking to Mr. Shields on this, but if I'm missed something during our, because we've discussed this before, but in terms of the local funding piece, I just was curious about that, how that, what that commits us to.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the additional capital funding would mean, again, would be subject to sort of the formula, funding formula at Metro that involves a mix of state and local funds.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much unknown right now, right? Or Cindy, so.
Well, under the compact and the current Virginia State Code, we have a 3% cap.
Okay.
That is 3% for Virginia, and then as we know, it goes to the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission, and there, we get changed. So that's the sort of the standard operating. What is unknown is that the supplemental Virginia money for the last 2 fiscal years has ended, and we don't have that for next year. And so that is a big piece that we need to sustain the existing, as well as the pending legislation would help to address the DMV moves recommended funding.
Okay.
And for those of us that were talking about it down in Richmond last week and through today, it's still a work in progress. And it's not definitive at all that where the General Assembly will come out with that additional funding. Today, a couple of the bills got on the House side carried over to 2027, which will not solve the problem this year. And so now we're working on the Senate bills for crossover. So a big unknown in that answer.
Okay, thank you. And so this is, we're talking about for the fiscal year 27
Correct.
budget. So we would have we could have some impact on the local budget then, depending on what happens in Richmond.
Correct. We already have an impact because of the standard 3% increase.
Right,
and
right.
it could be significantly worse if we don't succeed in the outreach to fill the dedicated funding.
Okay, thank you. I know you're working hard. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Flynn?
I'll ask a quick question, which is that you had mentioned during your presentation youth fairs, and I know that it has been an area of interest and something that we've talked about over the years. And so in terms of sort of recommendations and prioritization, right, of funding, where is your sense of where, youth fairs for children like under 18 fall in terms of funding or, phases of a rollout for that sort of a program?
Yeah, and it is part of the recommendations that are in the plan. And so Metro has endorsed the concept. I think some of the details need to be worked out. And again, that would certainly affect all the systems that are charging fares right now. But I imagine if Metrobus takes the step, then that will sort of be a lot of the trips in the region, and then in Virginia, certainly for Fairfax and Arlington to follow suit, I guess would be a next step. But this is one of those working groups where we have a recommendation, and now the agency staff are meeting to look at what this would entail and maybe to look at the schedule for that. Yeah.
And if I could just supplement it a bit, the WMATA proposed budget is out and under review, and I know that's taken into consideration because a lot of the localities already have fare-free in total. Some have a variety of youth programs, as we've talked about. So I think the intent is to do it, but we got to get through the budget. And the bigger issue is what I just mentioned, all Virginia funding for sure for us, but obviously also DC and Maryland.
Ms. Connolly?
Just a question on customer information and facilities. You've got standardized bus stop design and common customer information, and the regional. So there'll still be an opportunity for a local jurisdiction to have their own bus stop look, along with the standardization that Metro wants to put in.
Yeah, I think the language in the plan is clear. These are guidelines, and I think the language said an agency would consider those guidelines when making investments in bus stops. But the focus will definitely be on the stops that are served by Metro, that are maybe served by more than one transit agency. So the flag would be a Metrobus flag, but would also figure out how to show logos of local agencies.
Okay.
So sometimes now we have a flagpole that might have many flags on it, and so they're looking for a way to make that more consistent.
So I was talking about the actual covered bus stops. Falls Church has some that we have purchased over the last 5 years and installed. They would still be able to stay, but it's the flags this refers to. Okay.
No, but you're right. The amenities, the actual bus stop facilities themselves, the guidelines would talk about sort of what is expected based on the ridership at a given stop, but these are guidelines, and so they're a consideration as you're making capital improvements, yeah.
Okay,
And that
thank
was
you.
a specific discussion on that working group to maintain the uniqueness, but have the consistency for the riders on messaging, real-time arrival, what's on the sign. Is the connector and WMATA hitting that bus stop or just WMATA?
Ms. Underhill?
Thank you so much for presenting this. I wasn't here for the work session, so I have a million questions, but I'm going to limit myself to just one right now. I appreciate that part of this plan is talking about how to encourage more ridership and better user experience, and so importance of bus priority is part of that. How does COG work with NVTA, NVTC, and some of the other jurisdictions or some of the other regional boards that are trying to implement this BRT route in Northern Virginia?
Yeah. It's definitely going to require all these multiple agencies in these corridors. So obviously MVTA and MVTC participate in our activities. We participate in a lot of their planning. And I know a lot of work's been done with the Envision 7 corridor. I think each corridor is a little bit different. And so, as part of developing that implementation details, to be honest, the Route 7 corridor is a lot further ahead than many of the corridors on the plan. And so I think in that sense, the project is on track for implementation, whereas we have other corridors on the map where really very little planning has been done, probably a lot more work is needed. So it really varies around the region, but the plan recognizes that we have the operator of the transit service, we have the roadway owner, we have regional planning organizations that have done a lot of the work on project development, so all need to come together.
Gotcha. And so COG's role in some of the other plans might be to sort of push along the project, whereas the one in Northern Virginia is already being pushed along
Has
quite
a
well.
venue, right.
Okay.
We're in a facilitator role to
Gotcha.
bring parties together.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Snyder? Mr. Longtime COG rep.
Yeah, thanks very much. I often refer to public transportation as sort of serving three E's, if you will. The first is the economy. In our case, it's doubtful that the West Falls Church project would have been nearly as successful as it is today without the proximity to Metro. So it's had a direct economic impact throughout the region and for us. Secondly, it's impossible to imagine we'd meet our environmental goals without a healthy public transportation system. And finally, we also have goals that are equity related, and public transportation is fundamental to achieve those as well. So all that is sort of general background. I think we're at an inflection point where we decide we're going to go hand to mouth and that there'll be constant financial difficulties with Metro, or we actually put it on a firm footing for the future. And as we know, the city of Falls Church is heavily Metro dependent, with the two stations right outside the city, and then some of the most successful Metro bus routes run through the city of Falls Church. So for all these reasons, this seems like something we should support. Thank you.
Any final questions or comments for Mr. Harrington? I guess maybe a combination for both COG and staff. So given that the House bills have been passed by till 2027, and maybe we're holding out hope for the Senate ones, but regionally, besides the lobbying efforts that all the local governments are doing and what COG and I think our transit agencies are also doing, what can we be doing?
Yeah. And I think the Regional Integration Action Plan is the part that we're, as staff, focused on a lot right now. And so we're kicking off meetings this month to really dive into a lot of the recommendations and make sure we figure out a way to implement them. So we don't want this to be a plan that sits on the shelf. And so I think that's a key part of DMV Moves. And while certainly the attention at the state level really needs to be on the funding, securing the funding, I think all that work on the action plan is also critical, again, to improve the customer experience. So.
Ms. Muster, anything to add?
I think the the work we've been doing and will keep doing is really working with the administration, and now it looks like mostly the Senate to crossover to keep the transit funding bills alive. And I know that MBTA, MBTC, the localities, as well as COG and WMATA are in Richmond now and have been, so stay tuned. We'll certainly need to do more with our mighty small voice.
Great. Thank you. Later on our agenda, Mr. Harrington, and you don't have to stick around, is when we're hopefully going to adopt the DMV moves support resolution. So thank you for bringing
Thank
this
you for
forward.
your support.
Great. Okay.
Sorry, Letty. I know we had discussed whether we wanted to move the resolution forward, and I wasn't thinking about it when we were.
It sounded like Mr. Harrington was okay with keeping it
great.
as is on the
Thanks.
agenda, so. Okay. Thank you again for joining us. Let's move on to any oaths of office. Do we have any members of the audience here to take their oath?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Let's move on to receipt of public comment. Can we start with a summary of written comments we've received, please?
Yes. Summary of the comments received since your last action meeting. VFIS forwarded a letter they sent to Senator Salim and Delegate Simon requesting that the Commonwealth provide local governments with expanded authority to protect and promote tree canopy. The following wrote in regard to the snow event. David Beto requested that schools remain closed until streets were plowed to 2 lanes and sidewalks were cleared. Johanna Bell thanked the city for an excellent snow removal job. Jess Hegenbart wrote with concerns about Oak Street Elementary opening with the snow and ice conditions surrounding it. Tom and Fran McMahon sent a compliment regarding snow removal to Mayor Hardy. Carol Sly wrote with safety concerns because of the condition of sidewalks between Gresham Place and downtown that were not shoveled. School Board Chair Kathleen Tice shared a comment from a community listserv that thanked staff for the good job they did with snow removal. The following wrote to Mayor Hardy with concerns about scooters, Neil Hopper and Mary Sanford. The following provided recommendations for the City Council's strategic plan. Falls Church Forward focused on housing, safe streets, local business and community spaces support, welcoming policies, and environmental stewardship. Dave Gustafson advocated for phasing out gas leaf blowers and accelerating the solar green roof at Mary Ellen Henderson Middle School. And the Architectural Advisory Board recommended establishing stakeholder groups to define architectural control districts and create architectural design guidelines and enforcement strategies.
Thank you. I think you missed one about Mr. Rifkin, who wrote about the sidewalks in front of Whittier. But
oh, I skipped right over it. Dave Rifkin wrote with concerns about ice because of the condition of the brick sidewalk on Whittier Circle.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to live comments. Do we have people in person and virtually?
Yes, I have one person signed up for public comment tonight, Daniel Putziker. And I will, let me get.
There you go. At a previous meeting, there was discussion about the city's plans for affordable housing in Virginia Village. The plan apparently is in the planning stage, but does have an MOU of some type, and the MOU was previously on the agenda, I think, for tonight, but got moved another month, at least from what I can see online. Along with the previous discussion was mention of a long list of impacted parties who would be consulted as the plans progress, yet one group was left off that list. I speak of the owners of the properties. These are the current providers of the actual affordable housing. The documents and discussions previously published, I saw them around Christmas time, one could interpret those documents as seeing owners as being adversaries to be dealt with and not impacted parties. At least that's just how it comes across. We've been told separately, or I've been told separately, that the city has no intention of forcing these properties to be sold, but we have no assurances until we know it for certain. So we're nervous. Nothing's off the table. And each owner has different viewpoint, but the last thing we want to do is find out, I had a Doug Adams quote from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but the bottom line is, we don't want to hear about it after decisions have been made.
Thank you. And your name again, sir?
Dan Putziger, my mother is the owner of the apartments, but I'm power of attorney. My sister's here too.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Shields can speak more about the MOU, but the MOU is what the EDA does not talk about the redevelopment plans. It's about the existing relationship, given that the EDA owns.
No, I'm fully aware of that, but some of the plans show the full area being developed. And some of the discussions talk about the full area being developed. If you own part of that area, you just wonder. I mean, really, it comes down to, and there really was a long list of all sorts of importantly impacted people, but the one left off is the people who actually own the places and operate them.
I can understand the concern. Mr. Shields, do you want to?
So we're glad to see you tonight. We have been reaching out to all the property owners, and so we have been, and so I think some we have obviously not been able to speak with your mother, but I
You
think
won't be able to.
so. I think that might have been the disconnect. We were we have to go through the.
With somebody at the city, and they assured me of all sorts of wonderful things. Ergo, why I said we've been assured. Yeah, you're not talking about mom. She's 93.
Right, and that, we have to go through the formal property records in terms of who we contact, but we would love to sit down and talk with you and share information, and Ms. Mester is there with a business card, and...
I believe we've talked, haven't we?
Okay, well, we'd love to continue the conversation, so,
Yes, absolutely.
so thank you very much.
Sure, okay.
Thank you.
Do we have other public comment or just the one tonight?
That's all we have for now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. We wish her well. Thank you for joining us tonight. I think the third item under receipt of public comments is the CACT annual report, and I see we have our members of the CACT with us.
Now, wait a minute, I don't get a timer? No, I'm only kidding, just kidding. Hi, I'm David Beto. I'm now the chair of the CACT. And we are here thanking you, Mayor, and the entire City Council, some city departments, and public attendees that are here, as well as the Falls Church News Press. So thank you for listening to what we have both accomplished in 2025 and planning for 2026. Next slide to get in. I only did 4 slides, so we can just move pretty quickly through this. 2025 ended with our chair, Art, leaving to run for city council. Looks like that was pretty successful. And we also had 2 members had to resign due to business and personal reasons, and they were 2 very good contributors. In fact, one of them became chair in December and was chair for about a month and a half and had to leave. And we will miss him. So December had a lot of changes. We had enough for a quorum for a meeting in December. We had enough for a quorum for a meeting last month in January. We're looking really forward to meeting a new member, Andrew, and I hope he will join us in Wednesday's session. And I'm also joined by Jessica Hegenbert, who is vice chair now as well, and will help me with any questions you may have afterwards. I'd like to give a special thanks. Also, go back one, that we now have Justine as the city council rep, and if any of you have seen some of the work she's done in transportation, you'll be quite educated. And we're really fortunate to have you, Justine. And then I'd also like to put a little special thanks into Jenna Brumman, who I call our chief cook and bottle washer. She really does help us get in touch with the right folks within the city so that we can fulfill our charter and get lots of things done. Next slide. Let's go forward. All right, is it being temperamental? It only took us about 6 tries to get it to you anyway, right? So we welcomed a new DPW director, Amanda. We had 2 opportunities to hear from her and grill her on things. That was very good. And also a new planning department director, Matt Matuchik. And that was really good. He came in and presented to us as well. So we got to learn things as well as educate them on what we've been doing. In 2025, we did 11 recommendations for the Park Ave, West Grove Ave, and North Oak Street intersections, better known as the area right at Founders Row. And the reason we made so many recommendations to it is we think that it is poorly designed, and it also doesn't just have those 3 streets, it also has the W and OD bicycle trail that got rebuilt, but the 2 intersections with the streets are very differently designed. And so we made recommendations to make some changes, so we're going to be making that a 2026 goal to accomplish some. We made numerous effort and recommendations for the Oak Street Elementary School and some site visits. We're looking forward to being joined by our Chief of Police, Chief Fard, when some of the snow disappears, and he's going to join us for a walk around Oak Street, starting in one location and going about 2 blocks on either side of the school to highlight things that really need to be changed for safety around Oak Street School.
Okay, I'm going to jump in
Okay.
and say, I want to say a very hearty thank you to the staff and support of the council on our Oak Street memo that we submitted, and the staff's, we just received their input, their back from us for our agenda for our meeting that's going on Wednesday, and I haven't been able to dissect it, which I'm very excited to dissect it like intimately. I'm overwhelmed by the immense amount of work that went back into that from the staff, and I just want to say thank you so much. And I know I'm only looking at Amanda right now because she's like the only one that I recognize right now, but I thank you for council support and staff support on that. Blown away by, obviously the seriousness and the effort that was put into that. So thank you. Sorry for.
No, I'm glad you chimed in on that, because my granddaughter who attends that school will appreciate the work that
Could I ask when
everyone's
that
doing.
walk audit is scheduled with the police?
We've had to
Oh, yes.
reschedule it because of the snow.
I was about to say, because
Yeah.
the snow's covering all this.
It was actually going to be Monday, right?
Yeah, we were going to
Today.
do it, today. And so we've been going back and forth to make sure that we can get that
We're
rescheduled.
trying to wait till things get normal, and so till the traffic looks like it normally does, so that the chief can see what it normally looks like. Hopefully another few weeks.
And the last thing on that is the timing of it will be at the close of school on a day that's not early release. So it would be a Monday or a Tuesday or a Thursday or a Friday. And we would start it a little bit before cars start showing up to pick up and do things in the buses, et cetera. And then we're going to walk about 4 or 5 streets around. Okay? And everyone's invited to join us if they'd like.
If I can make a suggestion, I think it'd be helpful to actually do morning rush hour, because then you actually have rush hour traffic and not just the late afternoon kind of Oak Street traffic. Because I frequently walk probably between like 8 to 9 o'clock, because I'm a neighbor as well. And so you get a lot of cut through traffic off of Marshall, because it's one of the only intersections that has a traffic light from 29 to Broad Street.
Very good. Thank you.
So I'd love to join you. Thank you.
Oh, good. Well, we'll make sure we get it at a time when you can. We worked on, there were 4 NTC projects started in construction, and they received quite a lot of guidance from us, from the CACT. Those are namely Nolan Street, Greenway Downs was mentioned as an extensive project, and Southwest Street and Roosevelt Street. We have ongoing assessment and advisement for 8 additional projects for traffic calming in the city. So we're going to be and continue to be very busy with that. There are 2 projects, Fowler Street and Poplar Drive, which now our slide says they are on hold, but they've really been tabled. And the way we're going to untable them is from neighborhood resident further input from them, and some visits, and try to get the right solutions for them instead of just tabling those. We have been doing a number of engagements with the Bike Falls Church effort. There is a comprehensive plan for bicycles that I would encourage everyone to read. Then we've also, during last year, assessed the city paving program, and we stressed the needs to both increase the finances and also spatially step up the process, and also coordinate that paving program with what we're doing in traffic calming. And a good example of that is a section may get repaved, but we would like to also bring it back to either its previous state of the way the road is marked and signage, or improve it at the same time. We had several work sessions with departments, notably the crosswalk and sidewalk designs. That was in May. The Smart Cities program in June. The Complete Streets and Vision Zero program in October. So the committee has been quite busy and quite a lot of work with different departments within the city. We can go to the next one. Oh, let me make one more note about Greenway. The Greenway program project is quite extensive. It's a number of streets in the Greenway Downs area. It does abut also Oak Street School, and that project has been delayed quite a bit for a number of different reasons, subcontracting and contracting reasons, et cetera. But it will be even more compounded with the ongoing sewage and water work that's being done, and also the forthcoming rebuilding of the bridge and culvert in that area as well that crosses Sharrow close to Cameron. Let's see, let's go to the next one. We are encouraging an increase with citizen input and engagement. More on that in our next slide about plans and strategies for this coming year. But we did provide input to the city staff on the Greening of Lincoln program, the American Disabilities Act transition plan. I noted this bicycle master plan, which is quite a comprehensive, well-thought-out, well-researched, well-documented plan, and the Vision Zero implementation and pedestrian safety and ordinances. We're continuing to also monitor some adjoining to the city projects. The Shreve Road and Haycock Road mixed-use paths, that's a Fairfax County effort. The Route 7 bus rapid transit, the NVTC. The Complete Streets project on East Sycamore Street, and that's an Arlington County effort. And also, most recently, the Route 29 active transportation study, that's a Fairfax County. It's been rebirthed, and there's a lot of designs for that section of Route 29. We go to priorities. The 2026 priorities are drawn from the report that we submitted at the end of the year for 2025 accomplishments. And in that were some preliminary goals and objectives of what we were planning to do. These points are drawn from that, and when we get a full contingent of the CACT, which there are interviews going on, numerous interviews going on to fulfill the 3 open spaces to bring it up to the full count of 7. The number 1 focus is NTC. That's traffic calming, and also the Complete Streets program. And we want to make sure that that is really our number 1 focus. We want to focus also on neighborhoods and sidewalks and crosswalks and bike lanes, increasing them, making them safer. We want to stay on top of the paving program, priorities in progress, because good, clean streets will be, well-paved streets will be better for all modes of transportation. We're going to create a new transportation dashboard, which if you think of that as assigning red, yellow, and green categories to the progress or the problems with individual projects, and based on various statistics, I think it will be a very good working tool for many people in the city. And we also want to increase the distribution of it and plan to do an updated version each quarter, instead of just haphazardly here and there updating it. I want to note that we're also going to focus very heavily on what I refer to, or we refer to, as the 2 highways that go through our city. So we like to call them Broad Street, and we like to call them whatever we're calling Lee Highway these days, but they, Washington. South Washington. Oh yeah, South Washington. Thank you. They really are highways. If you go to the west end of the city and start going, to the west end of the city and keep going past the school, you're on a highway. If you go towards the mess of 7 Corners, you're now on a highway again, all the way down to Alexandria, almost all the way to Alexandria, when it finally narrows to become a city, quote-unquote, city street. We think it needs a lot of attention on every intersection and that attention would be on things like lighting, street crossings, pedestrian control of crossing the street, and consistency in the design from intersection to intersection to intersection, so that when our citizens or visitors will know they're in Falls Church, and this is the way we operate an intersection. We also want to increase the citizen awareness and engagement. We're thinking of some ways to execute that. I'll note that the last meeting in January had the largest amount of public participation, where we questions and statements from them, and we have a good conversation there. We'll be doing more out on the street assessments, the CACT ourselves. Thinking of some ideas of maybe a table at the farmer's market for Q&A, all kinds of things. We'd like to reach out more to the citizens to get their input, because we're really just a conduit to the city for executing. We'd like to also engage with the abutting jurisdictions, primarily Arlington County and Fairfax County, in their with their CACT-like efforts, and try to build some more best practices in how the CACT can operate to be most effective. We'd also like to engage more often between our monthly meetings with different aspects of the city, of the city, like DPW and planning. And we have a pending coffee coming up with them by their invite to start that kind of interaction, because meeting just 12 times a year is no way to make change. We really need to be more meeting together more often in different situations for understanding and bringing solutions to the city for safety. We have this continuous priority for pedestrians, bike share, bicycles, transit, metro and bus, safety, in other words, multimodal. So we're not just focused on automobiles. And the last is we want to co-develop a comprehensive transportation and safety efficiency plan, somewhat on the order of the level of depth and content of the bicycle master plan, which is very helpful for the city. What's the last one here? I just threw in two slides that came to us recently from the efforts of essentially Andrew Olson. And these are heat maps, and a heat map isn't just a simple dot on the map of where something happened. The heat map is really, each of the symbols is a collection of events that have happened, and it pretty much just at initial glance highlights that the highways through the city is where a lot of the problems are happening. And next slide. And then this is, these are two date ranges, and they highlight all of the incidents that involved a bicycle or a pedestrian, and whether there was a citation made or not. It also highlights a lot of focus on the highways through the city. So with that, I think, let's see, last slide. I brought this list of items up for, essentially for the public as well, that if they search the city web pages with these items, there's a lot of discovery of what is happening in the city. with transportation and transportation safety. So what I'm hoping is that more and more citizens do come to our meetings. We really want to open the doors much more to that. And we look forward to hearing from you. Any questions?
Great. Well, thank you for that.
Clerical error from the new vice chair was on the last submission. I failed to give thanks to Councilman Snyder and his many, many years. I don't know how long, I don't know how many years it was because it was preceding my time, but a hearty thank you to Councilman Snyder and all your years supporting the CACT and all of your wisdom and with that, thank you very much, sir.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for that very comprehensive report of the CACT, especially the new heat maps. I had not seen those before, but that makes me want to be part of the CACT.
We'll share those with you, okay?
Great, thank you. I think the fact that you have 6 candidates for 3 positions speaks well, that clearly it's a high interest topic for the community. So,
Well, for instance, when I ran, there weren't that many candidates. We're really excited that we are going to have a broad choice, and it's going to make the decision harder, but harder will result in better results. So.
perfect. Let's see if there are questions and comments. I'm going to start with your new liaison, Ms. Underhill.
I'll just try to be brief because you'll be hearing a lot from me in the coming months. But thank you so much. This is an incredibly comprehensive report. It just shows the extreme amount of different topics that CACT takes on. There's so many different things and there's so much to do. So thank you so much for laying that out, but also for all the work you all do. Yeah, this is one of the most active boards. So I'm excited to be working with you guys over the next many months. I also wanted to thank you for the heat maps. It brought up a topic that we actually discussed at our council workshop, our priorities session. And one of the things that came out of that was the NTC program and trying to find a way to revamp it and using data to revamp it. So in the coming months, I know we'll be working with Amanda and others, but also with CHCT to figure out the best path forward for that NTC program and engagement.
Justine, those heat maps, as a retired cartographer, I do have a lot of comments on changes to it so it's more communicative.
Great.
But we're going to study those pretty closely too, so thank you for mentioning that.
That's fantastic, yeah. And that's where it's like we need having the data collection, actually, and knowing where people are coming from and going to and all sorts of other things is really important for us to figure out which routes to prioritize for traffic calming. And then the other thing that I did want to just throw out there, thank you for all the engagement work that you all do. I know you said trying to get more people to meetings, actually going to farmers market and other things like that. Every little bit where people know, where to report issues or how to, I think about near misses or other things like that. How do we collect, this all gets back to information, but then also making sure that people know that there are resources out there to amend different situations or whatever else comes up. So thank you for the work there. And I really do. I'm looking forward to working with you guys on coming up with plans to better reach our citizenry.
An additional aspect to what we're planning is that when projects are done, we're not going to say, okay, cool, that's great, and move on. We're going to try to do an assessment months later. Did what we did actually bring safety and better flow of everybody?
I know that's music to Letty's ears.
I feel like a broken record for saying this for maybe like years now, so thank you for listening.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, and I'm really looking forward to working with you both.
Thank you, Justine.
Other comments, questions? Mr. Egan?
I'll just make a quick comment that I feel like the CACT is in good hands, and thank you for the presentation. And I think the fact that there are 6 people interested is really, really good. I believe when I joined and Jessica joined and Andrew joined, I think it was just the 3 of us for 3 slots. So I slipped in there. But thank you for that report.
And also thank you for the invitation to go participate in the interviews on Wednesday as well. Thank you.
Ms. Flynn?
I'll just quickly say thank you as well, and to both of you for unexpectedly stepping into the chair and vice chair role to shepherd the CACT forward. I think, we're excited about the work and sort of the passion and energy in CACT, and I think will be a question of, how do you harness that working with our new DPW director and with staff to figure out, we're identifying places, how do we respond as quickly as possible, what have been sort of the cumbersome natures of some of the processes, and so how can citizens inform things that they're seeing in addition to the work that staff is doing in order to get solutions implemented as quickly as possible, and then, as you say, assess from everyone's experience whether actually having their intended effects. So look forward to that collaboration, and as Justine said, determining, how we can continue to perfect this process so that it's serving residents and we're facilitating change as quickly as we can.
Thank you. Well taken.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you both for this presentation. As my colleagues have said, when campaigning this fall, this is the #1 topic that comes up over and over again. So thank you for your great work, and I'm excited to see who joins the group. One thing, I guess that this might be directed to you, Mr. Shields. So what we had on our agenda was a little bit different than what was presented this evening. One of the things I was reading when I was preparing for the meeting tonight was there was a talk about, I forget where it was, but they referred to the term of speed cushion, which I hadn't heard of that term before. And this is for a different project, but the explanation was it's similar to a speed bump, but with grooves for emergency vehicles. So I didn't know, Mr. Shields, is that something that, I know like on Annandale and Gundry, we talk about that being a snow route and tough for snow plows. Would a speed cushion be different than a speed hump for a snowplow?
No, they're
Still
kind
the
of,
same thing.
Modest differences. We do have speed cushions on West Street.
Okay.
So that is an example of
Okay.
a recent installation.
Okay, I'll go look at that.
Just a note, it's a speed hump. It's actually a set of speed humps with brakes.
Oh,
So
okay.
that when an emergency vehicle zooms, it can actually avoid the speed hump
Have you
Got it.
seen it on West Street?
on West Street.
Okay.
It
Oh, yeah,
has-
okay.
It's like a speed hump that has like brakes in it.
Like a channel in the
Like
middle?
Oh, yeah.
grooves in
Okay,
it,
yes,
And I
yes.
guess the idea
Yes,
is
yes,
that the
okay.
emergency, like
I guess I just didn't know the term,
larger
yeah.
vehicles can
Yeah.
get around the speed
Yeah,
hump.
no, it works with my big SUV, that's true. Okay. So, and then one other question I had also was talking about you all advocating for regular street paving. And I know that's something that we all talk about, and we would love to see that. And I believe this last budget, we did put some money in for paving. And so, again, I guess this is a question for Mr. Shields, but are there grants out there that it looked like there is a grant that we're using to pave some of Broad Street. Are there grants out there that can help us with street paving? Paving? Yeah.
Yeah, the primary extensions grant is the main one that we go for and we've been successful with.
Okay.
But it can only be used on primary highways. And
Okay.
so as was noted earlier,
Okay.
Route 7, Route 29, I think we can do Hillwood with it as well.
Okay, so that would be for those bigger streets, not like a park. That would be local.
And then there are
funds.
other funds, when we do a complete roadbed reconstruction, we can access some other state monies for that.
Okay.
Usually that's requires a big local match, so maybe 50-50.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all very much. It's great to see, so much of what you talked about in your report is things that we talk about all the time. So thank you for your good work and your report this evening.
Yes, I think to build off what Laura said, this is like the #1 thing we hear about, to know that you guys are at the helm of a committee where we really want you to be the ears on the ground, so thank you for the work. I have some requests of staff and then maybe 2 things for the CSE to keep in mind. So in the annual report, it talked about 11 recommendations for Park Northwest Grove and the WNOD. I think we might have considered them, but I would love an update on where the recommendations stand, because I know you guys spend a lot of time coming up with those recommendations. I still field complaints about the way that intersection works today. I think it's improved over time as we figured out no right on red and other things, but I'd love to maybe get a refresher of where those recommendations are. Second, love the heat maps. I would love to actually get copies of them. I tried to take pictures. A question I have for staff or the CACT is actually whether that is normalized for the number of users on our street. So I have a hypothesis that, one, we do have more bad driving behavior post-COVID, but two, we have also more people on our streets now than, say, 10 years ago. People are actually walking on the streets. People are actually biking in their streets. Obviously, we've increased the number of people who live here as well, although the traffic data often says actually car volume has decreased over time. So keeping that in mind, I would love to know whether that crash data is normalized for number of users, right? So if you've actually increased more people on the streets, you might naturally have more car and pet accidents and pet crashes.
So that came from Andrew Olson with Bike Falls Church, and I had thought that came as like a CC to us on the CACT, and I thought that was supposed to come to you.
I've seen it. It came in an email, yeah.
To come to you guys for your retreat? Okay, okay.
I think it did come prior to the retreat. There was a message from Bike Falls Church, or maybe just from Andrew.
Forward it directly to you. I just want to make sure.
It's probably just buried in my snow emails then. Thank you.
Well, I think when we send it to you, we also will give you an explanation of that, whether it is normalized or not.
Great.
Yeah.
And that also,
Andrew
and that does bring up another point, which you actually really said, which is we do need more, and we're going to encourage and try to rally for more data collection.
Yes.
Whether that's through VDOT origin and destination studies, whether that's studies of how many people cross a crosswalk at certain times of the day, speed limits, the citations and warnings that the police give, all those sorts of things. We need more data.
Yep.
And I think we need more execution of getting more data.
Great. So that's a great segue to kind of my request for kind of you all to keep in mind for 2026 is, while I think everyone loves the NTC process, kind of the bottoms-up nature where people can feel agency and get to bring requests forward and say, hey, I want to see something on my street. What we have heard from staff and what this data shows me is actually when you look at our crash data, where people are actually having crashes, does not actually map to where the NTC projects are. And so given limited resources, I think we have a decision of, how to prioritize resources. Do we prioritize them against the areas that actually data says are the most dangerous? Or do we also then prioritize to the NTC projects that people really love, but also take a long time and take a lot of resources? And finding that balance is important. But I think that is a discussion that we would love for the CAC to help us kind of think through, because it is a shift from where we've been, that if we want to see more projects get done and actually respond to the safety concerns, we may have to shift to more of a tops-down approach, where some projects have to be the ones that are responsive to the actual crash data and not as many resources on the NTC projects. Obviously, we'd love a world where we can actually increase resources all across the board, but
there's always a component of Chicken Little. Right? Someone screaming, we got to really pay attention to that one. But I totally agree with you. We do need to do some prioritization and levels of change, the amount of change that has to be implemented to bring safety to the area that is not safe.
Yep. Yeah, so if we can help understand whether the data is normalized for number of users on our street, and then two, kind of help us be leaders on this, because that is a shift for the community, that if we want to be more responsive to the actual data and where we see crashes, that may be a shift in how we prioritize resources and the types of projects that we're going to get to. And you all, again, being the front lines of it, I think are really important voices for that.
Great.
So,
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time and attention.
Oh, Mr. Snyder has a final comment.
Sure, thanks very much. I just want to thank you both and all the members of CACT that I've had the honor to serve with. It is without a doubt one of the most important and hardworking of all of our citizen boards. So we've talked about specific intersections. To me, there are a couple system-wide issues that would be very helpful to get your input on an ongoing basis. The first is we see stop sign running as just absolutely happening everywhere at every intersection. What's out there, right, what's out there in terms of what other communities have done to actually enforce better than we've been able to do so far. Secondly is speeding, speeding on Broad Street, speeding on our neighborhood streets, speeding everywhere. Regrettably, one of the remedies for both of those would have been electronic enforcement, but it seems that the legislature is not going to grant us additional authority, and we may in some ways be lucky to keep the authority we have. A totally disgusting outcome, but apparently it's where we're going. So, minus electronic enforcement, perhaps in the communications area, perhaps in the technology area, what can we do that we're not doing to get better driver compliance with both stop signs and speeding? And so those are really the two principal areas. So the third one that's cropping up that would allow bicyclists, scooter riders, and we are looking at a new pilot project for scooters, to treat stop signs and red lights as yield. The question is, what do you all think about that based upon the research that you'll do? I understand from one standpoint that you'd want that. It certainly is convenient. But I see the chaos out there already. This is just being added to it. Is a pedestrian, is a bicyclist going to stop? Are they not going to stop? Whatever. But one could argue that's a question today. So without prejudging an outcome, it would be very interesting to get your input in the future on that sort of a proposal. But going back again to the great work that you do, and your reward for doing great work is getting more work to do, and I guess you've heard that from other council members, but thank you so very much.
Great. Let's move on to the report of the city manager. Thanks for joining us. You are welcome to stay for all the exciting business we have to come.
So for the city manager's report, we are going to be joined by Caitlin Sobsey and Amanda Brain to give the CIP update. And as they're walking to the podium, I will just note the heat maps that were discussed during the CACT report. Those are available via links on the city's webpage right next to our crash reports. And where it takes you to and what these heat maps are coming from is the statewide crash data. And then so you search by jurisdiction, and then you can search by all types of different kinds of crashes. And it's very useful. We use it frequently. And it is statewide data, so there's some limits to how we can manipulate it. And then sort of the other data that's coming online is the smart cities data, and that's kind of more unique to us. Anyway, with that introduction, let me turn it over for Amanda. Should I go to you first or to Caitlin? Caitlin, you're up. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Wyatt. Good evening, City Council. I'm Caitlin Sobsey, Capital Improvements Program Coordinator, and I am providing just a brief update on the quarterly CIP update. This is all active and ongoing CIP projects, and an update on those since the last update in November. Just quickly going over the staff report and the snapshot that were attached to your materials tonight. There are 27 total active projects right now. 12 of those are on target for 44% on target or green. 6 are at risk or yellow, and 9 are behind target or red. I think we'll probably get into more detail on that during the Q&A. So I'm just going to keep going over the one completed projects that we had in the last quarter is the nutrient credit purchase in the stormwater program. That was just completed in January. In August of last year, you all had a renewable nutrient credit bank contract that you approved. Now that we have that, we have purchased the credits that we had scheduled in the capital plan for fiscal year 25. We have the fiscal year 26 nutrient credits up next. We just received the grant award for those, and so those will start moving a lot more quickly. So that's our one completed project for this quarter. And then a couple of exciting updates in the awarded, pending, or upcoming grant application section at the end of the snapshot on the backside. In stormwater, I just mentioned the nutrient credit purchase. So we just received the award in the last month. We just received notice that the SLAF, the Stormwater Local Assistance Fund grant, which is 50-50, 50% state funds and 50% locally funded, that we did receive that grant for fiscal year 26. So we'll start working on that. That's another $640,000 towards our nutrient credits required. And then we also, it was mentioned in a city manager's update in a previous meeting that the city was applying for CFPF funds. That's through another state, the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation, DCR. Neither one of these acronyms is correct on here, but they have a program called the Community Flood Preparedness Fund that we applied for a capacity building and planning grant to develop a City of Falls Church stormwater resiliency plan. And we received that grant as well. So that'll be, you'll see a lot more about that in the fiscal year 27 to 32 CIP update. But that grant is to develop a resiliency plan, which will help inform our future stormwater capital projects as well. It will also, once we have the DCR approval of our resiliency plan that is developed, it will open up a new funding stream for a 50-50 grant. CFPF has a 50-50 grant for construction projects. So that's another funding source opportunity that it will open up for us as we continue to plan our long-range stormwater funding. I think that's all for now. Those are my new and exciting updates. Right now, we're really focused on planning fiscal year 27 to 32, the next 6-year CIP, which will be presented to the Planning Commission on February 18th. It'll go live on the website a few days before that, so it'll be presented to the public. Lots of exciting updates, including, as hopefully around that same time, a long-awaited update to the CIP story map. Really excited to tell everyone about that when it's ready. And then we're also targeting another special edition CIP focus at the end of February as well. So now I think Amanda and I are available for questions, comments, compliments. No, just kidding.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for the succinct update on CIP. I'm sure some of us have questions or comments. I'm going to just start this way and see. Nothing on the right, last call. You don't have to.
Let me go.
Okay. So you don't want to go first. Okay, Ms. Flynn.
I have one quick one. In the staff report where it talks about Harrison Branch and Sharrow Avenue and those two stormwater projects, was that pre the reallocation of the SLAF funds, or is this reflecting the conversation about reallocating the SLAF funds? And I guess I'm just wondering, we were interested somewhat just in staff analysis of where those funds would best be deployed. Right. Understanding that you were already segmenting the project, so just wondering what this actually means.
It's reflecting that. Like, as a result of reallocating those SLAF funds that we discussed in the Greening of Lincoln conversation, these two projects, Harrison Branch and Sharrow Avenue, got kind of bumped farther out.
And then was there additional, or I guess when we saw you, right, the staff had already analyzed SLAF funds in the Lincoln Avenue project versus what I guess the follow-up request was just confirming that it made sense to actually push out Harrison Branch and Sharrow Avenue.
And then Hillwood number 2, which is also in the stormwater section, would also still be on the list to use some of those SLAF funds. And so that was part of the staff analysis, looking at the phases of the Greening of Lincoln, and Hillwood 2 would use the remaining SLAF funds, and then Harrison Branch and Sharrow would be the ones that got pushed out. So that was a result of staff analysis of the project readiness, the stormwater implications, the cost of all those projects.
Anything else down this way?
I've got several things, one of which is more just historical, but let's start with the ones that are not. So you mentioned Shreve Road. We should be seeing the 60% plan. I assume that when you say Shreve Road, you're really talking about Shreve Road and Hancock. Do we know, I guess you've seen them. When are those 60% plans going to be available? Do we know if that's reflected the lane width changes that I know were requested, at least I submitted, to match the standard 10-foot that we in the city have adopted versus the previous plans had 11 and 12-foot wide lanes, which was starting to cramp the bike trail. Where does that stand?
Yeah, I know that Fairfax County is leading that design of the Shreve Road part, which is, I think, a little farther along, but they're looking at it together, the Shreve Road, the intersection, and the Haycock portion. And so I know they've been taking into account, our staff submitted comments, as we said, maybe others submitted comments. And I'm not exactly sure of the timeline. I know they're moving along. I also, so I don't, the ball's, like, I think, in their court, Fairfax County and their consultants to release the next design.
I don't think Haycock Road is at 60% design. So they are sort of, Fairfax County is working on the design for both of them. I think Shreve Road is much farther along. We do not have funding for Haycock Road yet. So only the Shreve side was funded by the grant that the city has.
Oh, I thought they were both.
Haycock
Under
Road
grants.
has a pending grant, yeah.
They're being
So-
looked at in tandem, but the Haycock portion, the construction is not funded.
So where would Haycock be on this list?
It
The Haycock portion.
It is one that.
It was reported last quarter under awarded, pending, and upcoming grant applications. It's still currently pending for MBTA 70% applications. We just didn't include it on this list because it was included in last quarter's update. Pending grant application.
So is it still pending?
Yes.
So it would make, I think it would still be in here, under pending. Speaking of the pending ones, it's another one of my questions. We just talked about this with the FY27 State of Good Repair. It looks like Hillwood Avenue to Park Place is listed there. I do know that Hillwood is, there's 2 NTC projects for Hillwood. How would those all be coordinated and combined? And we'd hate to do an NTC and then somebody comes through and paves it over, or, you know.
So for State of Good Repair grant funds, VDOT tells us what the eligible segments of paving are. So it's only the primary extensions, which Wyatt mentioned. It's only along those roads, and then it's only the eligible segments that VDOT provides us. So it's based on the condition data of the pavement. So if it's been recently paved, then it would not meet the criteria. And then once we receive the eligible list, our engineering team goes out and makes sure, and you know, cross-references everything ongoing to make sure that we're not about to pave something twice, as you mentioned.
The next one I was going to ask about is Park Avenue, Great Streets. Obviously, you know, we're very far along on the design, but the build is way out there. Amanda, I think you mentioned at some point doing short, quick fixes, and I think some of the intersections with the Park Avenue, Great Streets design, how to implement those in the meantime, because instead of waiting 4 years till we actually build it.
Yeah, we've specifically talked about the Park Avenue and Maple intersection, doing a kind of more interim solution. And I think the team is going to be looking at this probably this spring and summer.
All right, there's a couple others on that I think
Okay,
we
can
could
look
make
at some of
happen.
the others, too.
And we can talk about the nutrient credit purchase offline, because I'm not really sure I understand it. I can wait till budget, too. That was it.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you all so much. So in terms of compliments, I want to compliment you on all these grants. I mean, nothing makes me more happy than to hear we are awarded grants and you're applying for grants. So thank you so much for that, finding those grants, applying for. I know that's a lot of work, but it really helps us so much to have that money coming in. 2 quick things. One is fire hydrants. So I know that we had a complaint from a neighbor about the placement of a fire hydrant. So could you just remind us, and this isn't, I guess, so much CIP, but I guess maybe, Amanda, this is more for you, but when fire hydrants, do we communicate with residents beforehand, or just like a 30-second process summary?
Yeah, it is, first there's an engineering evaluation on the placement of the sidewalk. Then there is a screen on sort of some basic design considerations of trying to place hydrants where there'll be minimal parking impacts.
Right.
Usually that means putting it on the property line, or sometimes putting it right next to a driveway so that you don't lose, if the driveway apron, you can't park there anyway. So there are, kind of a short list of design considerations. And once it's gone through that screening, then we notify them, and it's not, we're thinking about it, it is the hydrant is going here. And it's, we recognize that oftentimes this is, there are concerns about it, but having them sort of bounce around is bad for everyone, and it is a critical safety
Right,
issue.
obviously, right,
And so
right.
that's the process we follow.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shields. And the flow testing's complete, so that came back good, I'm assuming?
Yeah, so the flow testing is something that is an ongoing process by Fairfax Water.
Okay.
And they have recognized that on some of our smaller water mains, that there are, they have a capital plan just like
Right.
we do, where there are flow concerns because the water main is, 50 years
Old,
old.
right.
Then it is on the list for replacement.
Okay.
In our major corridors, those are big water mains, and we have a very strong water flow in those locations.
Okay, so it's more of those smaller.
Smaller
Okay, all right,
side
thank
streets.
you. And then the only other question I had was, I am very excited about the concession stand and restrooms going in at Meridian. Is that something, are the schools taking the lead on that project, or are we taking, or is it a combo, schools and city, or?
Schools.
Schools are, so that's all schools? Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Ms. Connolly?
Thanks. Just two questions about two projects. And one and I think I asked this last time, Ms. Sobsey, about the different colors. Like, if something's red, it can eventually come back to yellow and green, right? So it's not red forever, because we want to move it along the list.
Yes.
But one of those is South Maple and Annandale, the roundabout. You have that as red, but they're working on it almost every single day.
That is a permanent red, yeah.
It's just a permanent red because it's taken a long
It is
time.
currently on track according to our current schedule, but
Yeah.
that schedule is significantly behind the original planned date, yeah.
Okay. But at some point, it should go back to yellow, because it's going to get finished. It can't not.
It'll go from green to
I feel like we
red
talk about
from-
this every quarter. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe it would help if I differentiated sort of permanent red from like maybe temporarily red that could be,
Right. Maybe
Yeah.
like
we'll keep, yeah, orange. I don't know.
an ombre, maybe, I don't know.
An ombre.
Getting the construction complete, that's what we're focused on.
But that one does seem like they're making
blue.
decent progress. A couple corners have been finished, and
Correct.
it's moving along.
True.
Yeah. Okay.
We were trying to not have moving goalposts. We wanted it to
Yeah.
be truth in advertising, and so that's why it is this way.
Plus one on that.
Right. Maybe add another column that says it's coming, though, because it does make it seem like
Yes.
if I didn't drive through it all the time, I would think, oh, that's too bad. When does that happen? And it actually is
That it's like
happening.
not active.
Right. I mean, I trip, like they're there all the time. Well,
Yeah.
they weren't during the snow, but they're back working hard. And then my other question, and I'm glad Ms. Hagenbart stayed, is the Greenway Downs traffic calming. So that one is listed as a transportation project, but somehow it's become this gigantic stormwater project. And I'm hearing regularly, and I sent someone to Mr. Shields this weekend, from people who live at the corner of George Mason and Seton, where there are all these, giant pipes and holes in the ground, and the crosswalk is blocked, so it's hard, there's concern about kids getting to school and all of that. And that just seemed, it's in the, if you look at the designs, it does say, like, stormwater here. But the actual extent of it was really surprising to people in the neighborhood. So I'm just wondering if you can talk about that one a little bit.
Yes, I believe that project grew out of a neighborhood traffic calming project.
It did,
and then
it did.
The scope kept kind of getting bigger, and there are stormwater elements to it, and there are, the contractor and the designer are all working on them. I think there've been some challenges on the stormwater aspects they're working through. I don't have any more kind of specific updates, but But yes, there are stormwater elements to it as well as traffic calming elements, and our team is working on all of it.
Okay, it might help if there was a way to update the neighborhood on what actually is happening.
Okay.
Because the first couple of intersections there at Cameron and Sharrow, they went quickly, and you could see the bump outs are really good. And then we got to the bottom of that hill, and it's just become a really big,
better communication,
a much bigger project than people expected. And I think as you go up over on Jackson maybe, or Timber, there's also, it seems like there's a lot more coming in there. And Mr. Shields, did you reach the resident at the corner there who's concerned?
I apologize, I did not today, but
Please do so, because now they're actually digging like into her yard today. There's,
all right.
and so the crosswalk is completely impeded, and there's a sign there that says, sidewalk closed, go here, but there's nowhere to go because it's just an intersection. And so it really needs a little bit more attention from us to make sure that contractor is taking care of that intersection.
That's helpful feedback.
Yeah. And then thank you for the reassessment of all of those speed humps. Again.
Yes, and we'll be getting back to some of the residents and some of you in the next week or two about
Thank you.
where that's
They'll appreciate that. And Ms. Hagenbart and I, who also got sucked into that, will be super appreciative when we don't have to work on that anymore. Thank you.
Anything else over here, Ms. Underhill?
Art covered a lot of my questions, so I'm good. Thank you.
Snyder, any CIP questions? Okay, just to wrap up, I just have a couple. So the LED streetlights, I think that project we've talked about probably even longer than Greenway Downs traffic calming, and it sounds like it's maybe finally wrapping up. Is that true? Maybe Dominion's got a few laggard lights to fix.
Yeah.
That probably merits some sort of public communication because it's been such a big project over many, many years. I know that when I walk the streets at night, there's still some that are the old orangey amber lights though. So are those, everything getting switched over? Are those some of those final lights that Dominion's taking care of, or are some of those staying?
I'd have to get back to you on that. I don't believe that the LED streetlights project was citywide. I think that there were large sections that we were replacing, but I did not know that it was citywide. So I think that was like our first.
Yeah, I think
It was citywide.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
I'm happy to do photos of the lights that aren't
I
done
think
yet.
they're in the process of doing final sort of inspections right now where they're going out into the, going out and inspecting all of the lights. So, but yeah.
Got it. Okay, so all my questions are actually lighting related. The WNOD lighting project, that fell off the list. Are they coming back and putting lights in now that we had to redo the plans that Dominion originally approved?
Good evening, council. For that one, I've been working with Dominion and the project manager, and we have 8 of the Dominion lights reapproved for a lower height that can be reinstalled. And now we're in the design of the remaining 7 that the proposal is to reduce to 4-foot bollards more at crossing height so that we can light the intersection. But our consultants with DPW are looking at the light pattern to make sure it achieves the original scope. So that was what Dominion came back with that said that could fit under the transmission lines. So we're halfway done on design and approved, looking at the other, and then we can look at, do we install in 2 phases or try to do it all at once?
I guess to cut to the chase, what's our target date for installation where we will have
And
lit intersections?
Yeah, our project manager actually just sent an email out to Dominion last week to get the timeline for the design so we can get the project totally scoped and scheduled again.
That's another one. When we did dual trails, we didn't really finish it because then we had to then expand intersections, which then was another year later. And then now because of the lighting issue, we're not really quite done. And so as much as I love the WNOD dual trails, it's been another one that's dragged out for a long time. And so if we need to lean on Dominion, that would be, this is something we're happy to talk about with them. My third lighting one is about the smart cities traffic signal timing. I think at the last update, we were told Q4 of last year is when we finished installing all the traffic signal box upgrades. Did that happen? Are we on track?
I don't have the exact numbers. I did just talk to Reg Foray from VTTI earlier today, and they are in the process of working on a lot of data analysis and dashboards, and we were talking about the heat map earlier, and so there's a lot happening with that program. I don't have the specific stats in front of me about like the number of intersections, but they are continuing to work closely with our team.
Because I guess that would be maybe like definitely a top 5 concern I hear in the community is the light sequencing and the timing on Broad Street. And I know we keep saying, hey, we're almost done getting all the boxes upgraded. And so it'd be great to get an update on that. I think in particular, the Broad and Washington intersection, we know has timing issues that cause backups.
Sorry, Broad and Washington in particular, yeah.
Along with Park Place. I don't know whether it's possible to kind of sync the Park Place with Broad and Washington when there's turn movements.
Yep.
I think on both East Broad as well as West Broad, that's where I frequently get feedback about.
Yeah.
And on the most recent Smart City report, the data is being analyzed with the phasing and with the first phasing schedule that was optimized so they can give feedback back to DPW for what we can do. And we have several intersections, and I won't say how many because I can't do it off my head, that we had to go back and clarify right-of-way and/or construction shifting, so not all of the intersections have been fully installed with the new traffic control boxes yet, because we had to redesign them and re-get easements.
Yeah, I think
But
it was
it's
probably a
progressing
year and a
possibly.
half ago where we did the event at Broad in Virginia, talking about how this was kind of a 1-year process. So it'd be great come this spring, be able to say, hey, all the boxes got upgraded. Here's how we're using the data. Here's how we're responding to the
We can
community
do a
concerns.
follow-up
So,
with the schedule.
great. Okay. Well, thank you for all the continued updates on the CIP. Clearly, it's evident that we care a lot about our capital projects because they are very visible to the community.
Can I just mention one other thing while the CACT team is here? We've talked at various of these meetings about NACTO, the National Association of City Transportation Officials. The City of Falls Church is now a member of NACTO. We applied, we were accepted, and now our staff will be able to continue to work with that community of peers and advocates and using their design manuals and conferences and advocacy and work in a really exciting way. So appreciate
That's
everybody's
wonderful.
support.
Thank you for following up on that.
Thank you, Amanda. And maybe one other update. Caitlin, were you done, or were you going to say?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, one other update. Cindy, do you want to share the news on what we've heard from our congressional delegation?
Certainly be glad to. Today I got confirmation from Senator Warner and Representative Beyer on our federal request for FY26, the current federal year. And it is $925,000 from HUD for Virginia Village acquisition affordable housing fund and $1,092,000 for the sewer Cavalier Trail flow equalization basin. So we did get money to contribute to that. So now I'll work with DPW and city manager's office on how we can program and utilize that. So just a tad over $2 million from our federal delegation to support our capital infrastructure improvements in the city. And they're about to open the FY27 application process.
Great. It is nice to get good news out of Washington, D.C., and it's a shame that we will be losing Congressman Beyer. Okay. Mr. Shields, do you have other things in your manager's report before we get to council requests?
That is all.
Great. So let's see if there's council requests. Ms. Underhill?
So one of the things that Councilmember Snyder brought up at our Wednesday meeting was having a review of our sidewalk clearing and the status of that. I'm wondering if we could have some sort of update on that, and also a council discussion about what we can do going forward. I know you had mentioned that this is a once in every 10-year storm, so the lessons that we learn are hard to transfer, but I still think it would be worthwhile having that discussion so that we can figure out a plan of what we can do next time a little bit better. And I know that our budget is tight, but what money we can allocate to, if we truly are pedestrian first, or we're trying to be more pedestrian friendly in the city, how can our snow emergency responses reflect our values in that way? And so it would be a discussion that I would like to have, so a longer discussion, but it would also be nice to get an update because I know that there are still some sidewalks that are not cleared.
So just maybe a few notes on it. What city staff have been doing is our prioritization for walkability improvements and the snow removal was first around the schools to work with our school staff and clear ramps, sidewalk ramps that were close to or adjacent to school property. So that was priority number one. And then priority number two was to shift to our commercial corridors and move the big ice piles at the ramps at all of the major intersections in our commercial districts. And that has been accomplished. So that is sort of within the traditional scope of what the city does, but it was really a tremendous effort and really great hats off to our DPW operations crew. They were typically doing that work in the middle of the night to avoid traffic and things like that. It did have some disruptions for residents, but that's when that work got done. In terms of sidewalks, I sort of have a little bit of a glass half full view of it, in that I think the city residents and business owners worked really hard on a very difficult storm to clear their sidewalks. And I think compared to big storms in the past, my observation is that it was quite a successful effort. And we had some where we had some fails. But by the time we were in contact with those property owners, it was in the deep freeze where it was really impossible to deal with it, short of a jackhammer. And so that's kind of where we've been up to this point. And as it does soften up, we'll still be in touch with those businesses and encourage them to get out there and clear it. And when I say encourage, typically that works. You contact them and they get on it. In terms of penalties and fines, sterner measures, we will have that policy discussion. We need to update the city ordinance, and we anticipate we'll have that conversation at a policy level this spring.
Because, yeah, I would really like to have a sit down in terms of what policies we can put in place. There's something that I was thinking of is, we talk about how much we don't like predatory towing, but could there be, snow removal services for the sidewalk for businesses that are not in compliance? And so basically, in that case, a service could come by, they could remove the snow from the sidewalk, and then get paid from the business because we send that business a bill. And so having some sort of setup where there is, a little bit more stick involved, or whatever we can do. I will say, on the positive side, I went into DC many times, and DC streets were just absolutely terrible. I saw people in wheelchairs going down the street, in the middle of the street. Trash collection hasn't happened for 2 weeks in many areas of DC still. So I do want to commend the city for what we've done, and I know how hard DPW staff was working. I still have a vision of Falls Church as being a leader in a lot of things as best as we can. And so, this is also discussing the WNOD trail and how we can work with Nova Parks. There's so many things that I would like to see us doing. I saw Arlington clearing the bridge that comes over to Falls Church with a tiny little snowplow, and it was a really cute little adorable tractor that they have. And so I know all of this is expense, and this is something that would be part of a budget discussion, or maybe it would be part of a priorities discussion. But I do think that there are lessons that we can learn, and even for smaller snowstorms, things that we can apply from this past one that I would like to have a debrief on. Thank you.
So while we're on that topic, 'cause I'm sure we all want to chime in on that, I do have, I would like to support the idea of having a broader kind of postmortem discussion on policies that we can consider, but some tactical ones, because I just looked at the 10-day forecast. It's going to be above freezing and nearly 50 degrees for the next 10 days. Hooray. And so I think, Mr. Shields, you mentioned kind of another round of reminders and gentle enforcement. So I would encourage us to really step that up, because I'm close to publicly shaming a couple of property owners on Broad Street, because there have been some that have been there for 2 weeks now. And it's actually quite treacherous, especially with the overnight freezing. And so I would ask that before I have to do that, if staff could actually follow up with those businesses. I think hopefully we all know who those are at this point between Broad and Washington. And then the second is I've gotten feedback actually about ADA accessibility. So while it's been great, some people have cleared a little trench. While we have this thaw in the next 10 days, it'd be great if we can get at least a 3 or 4 foot wide kind of section, because I am concerned about accessibility for people who are not able-bodied. So we need to keep in mind that it's not just a little 1 foot wide, but ideally 3 to 4 or whatever ADA standards would be, and not just wait for the melt to happen. Any other comments on snow before we move on to other requests?
I just wanted to note that today I saw DPW crew clearing out the clearing the snow from the stormwater drains, which is great because as we start hitting these 50s, it's good for that water to go somewhere. So that's good. It's a hard task. They were working really hard today. I saw them on Broad Street.
I just want to make a quick comment, and again, thank DPW and the crews for the hard work that they've done. We are way ahead of Fairfax and Arlington, and today I saw Arlington finally clearing the second lane across the bridge on Langston. It's been one lane and then a giant pile of snow, and they're finally doing it, and we've been past that point for many days. And so you guys really did a good job in a hard situation. You hear a lot of the, oh, you could have done this better, could have done that better, but I wanted to get, and we will have a postmortem, and there is places to improve. There's always room for improvement, but I do want to call out that you guys did well in a hard situation.
Yes, I think the city staff effort was definitely commendable. I think my frustration is definitely with the private property owners in our commercial districts and the need for more enforcement and nudging.
I'll reiterate, thanks for many people for so much work and at all hours of the day and night. Yes, Ms. Hardy, there definitely are spots along Broad and Washington commercial properties where it just ends and then you're left and people are still stepping out into Broad Street sometimes. I would like to put in a plea, and I'm pretty sure that Mr. Holmes and Ms. Prince from the schools have talked about this, but it would be so amazing if Oak Street could get cleared end to end like Park Avenue is, because the teachers at Oak Street are still parking in the fire lane because there's nowhere else to go. So there's occasionally, you see it would be great if we could just do the whole front of Oak Street so that all those teachers that are squeezed in the back could now park back in their regular parking spots. And that would just take, at this point, especially if it's melting tomorrow, like straight up Oak Street, both sides, and it'd be awesome. Thank you.
Any other snow comments while we're on that topic? Mr. Snyder.
Sure. Thank you very much for this discussion, which we started last Wednesday. I do think that if you take a step back, this was a unique event, but there clearly are lessons to be learned. One suggestion is that commercial properties not only have contracts for clearing their parking lots, but also contracts for clearing their sidewalks, and that ought to be encouraged. Secondly, there continue to be a lot of intersections that are simply not passable because the piles from the street make it impossible to walk. And right up through today, the city really isn't very walkable. So my hope is that somehow in the midst of all this, we can, of course, do what we need to do on the streets, but that we find more creative ways to clear the sidewalks for all the reasons that other council members have expressed tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have non-snow council requests? Clearly, that's on our mind. So thank you, Mr. Shields. Okay, let's move on to business on the agenda then. Madam Clerk, can you call the first item, please?
Yes, we have second reading and public hearing on TO 26-01, ordinance to amend ordinance 2090 and ordinance 2103 regarding the budget of expenditures and revenues and appropriating funds for the fiscal year 2026, general fund, school operating fund, and capital improvement program.
Welcome, Mr. So.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. Tonight, we are presenting this budget amendment, ordinance TO 26-01, to request to appropriate our contingency into our city attorney and public works departments for a total of $250,513. to appropriate $10,000 of opioid abatement funds and $30,000 of e-summon funds, to transfer $35,000 between capital projects and to appropriate school operating fund balance of $1,064,000. There's no additional funding requested in this budget amendment, only a transfer of budget between departments and between capital projects. There also have been no changes from our first reading. I'm happy to take any questions from the council.
Great. Are there questions or comments for Mr. So? Okay, I'm going to open the, I'm going to open the public hearing. Any members of the public wish to comment on this? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing because I don't see any.
One quick question.
Sure, Ms. Downs.
Super quick. I know that we took some money out of that contingency fund, but I believe, just to reassure anyone who might be interested, you said that you felt, the staff felt that that was still, the 400 that would be left in there was still sufficient in terms of what they've been seeing.
Well, I think things, so there is 400,000 left in the contingency, and I think we will need it. And so it's good that it's still there.
Okay. But you think that's okay number?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, and you think you'll need it for like original reasons that went to the contingency fund? Or do you think you'll need it for other reasons?
For revenue reasons.
Okay.
That's what's on my mind right now. Yeah.
Okay. Any other final questions? Otherwise, I'll take a motion.
I move to adopt TO 26-01.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Flynn on the second. Can you call roll, please?
Mr. Egan?
Yes.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes?
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, council.
Great. Thank you, Mr. So. We'll see you next week for the next financial update. Can you call the next item?
Yes. We have TR 26-06, resolution endorsing the DMV Moves funding proposal.
So we don't have much of a staff report for this. Since you had the briefing from COG earlier on tonight, maybe we'll just answer any questions that the council might have.
Questions or comments? I guess, Ms. Messer, I think maybe it was in our materials when we went to Richmond, but I thought there was a nice comparison of the two different sets of bills on what the impacts were going to be locally.
Yes, there was a good comparison, and for the City of Falls Church specifically, if they passed, the increase would be between $1 million and $1.4 million.
And so that would cover our WMATA obligation and then some?
It would cover a portion, I think Mr. So left, a portion of our obligation for the increase, because we have a larger commitment for capital and operating, and I don't have that exact number with me right now.
Okay.
Were you trying to get sort of the range of potential impacts for the city? Do we have sort of the worst case scenario?
Yeah, I don't have it, the latest off the top of my head, though, so I don't want to misspeak it, but we could follow up.
I think that would be helpful. I mean, I think we clearly support doing something at the state level, so I imagine there is unanimous support for this resolution, but I think as we look at the reality and stare down what happens if the General Assembly doesn't take action, I think it's important for us to keep those numbers in mind. Mr. Snyder?
Madam Mayor, if it's appropriate for me to make a motion.
Sure. I don't see any other comments.
I move the TR 26-06.
Is there a second?
Second.
Downs on the second. You call roll, please.
Mr. Egan?
Yes.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, council.
Thank you all for the work on this. Let's call the next item.
Yes, for first reading, we have TO 25-22, ordinance to amend the Code of the City of Falls Church, Chapter 48 zoning, Section 48-2 definitions, Section 48-3 general regulations, Section 48-1101 general requirements, Section 48-1106 tree canopy requirements in non-residential zoning districts, and Section 48-1135 preliminary survey documents to increase minimum standards for tree canopy coverage within non-residential zoning districts.
And so Mr. Prince is our city arborist, and he's here to give the staff report, and this has been discussed extensively at work sessions, so we'll just give a quick update on, for the public in terms of what this ordinance would do. Mr. Prince, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Wyatt. Thank you, Council. Good evening. Thank you for your time this evening. I will be brief. I'm just going to give a brief overview on the tree code amendment. The goal, of course, is to provide 10% tree canopy in 20 years on commercial zones. Since the work session on February 2nd, only minor changes have been made. Line 286, under timing, we plugged in the UFC and the Planning Commission recommendations. Additionally, after the feedback from council with the hardship cash in lieu amount, that's been increased from $750 to $2,000 on line 590. And again, the cash in lieu is only an option if trees cannot be installed on the property. It's not a buyout. It's if they can show a hardship where they're not able to plant trees, that's when they can do the cash in lieu. So with that, I look forward to addressing any questions or concerns.
Great. Questions or comments for staff on this one?
I'd also like to add that the hardship standards were modified to address some of the comments that we heard from the City Council at the work session. Thank you.
Can you, because I was going to make a comment on the fee, so actually I would be interested in understanding those changes because I'm finding the fee to be extremely low. Still, I thank you for raising it and hearing the comments. When I look at take the perspective of the developer, and I look at it from what's the trade-off between having a site plan the way I want it that then somehow hits that hardship and trading off a fee and paying a fee in order to get that square footage, I did a very basic calculation at maybe $40 per square foot rent at a 15% profit margin, both of which are a little bit conservative for a new building. Multiply that by 250 square feet, you get $1,500 per year as far as what they would just make off of the profit of there. You're now talking about they would probably be getting that profit off of 3 stories over the life of the building. So let's just say we're looking at a 10-year payoff. You're talking about $45,000 that the developer would be looking at as a benefit, and we're asking them to trade that off against a $2,000 fee. So I don't think we're really in the right range to incentivize people to give us the tree, because that's what we really want, is we want them to give us the tree in lieu of a site plan that somehow constrains things. I didn't quite notice the change to the hardship criteria, so I would like to understand that.
Thank you. So I did add language that I thought made that standard stricter. However, I'm unable to identify the language very easily because the way the system works is when you comment on a staff report in the public drive, it's not a document that stays alive after you kind of put your comments in there. It gets accepted and then absorbed into the document as a whole, and so I can no longer see my changes. So I am sorry for that.
We should do a
I
Control
can-
F to look for it.
I can sort of go through it by memory, and maybe we could just look at them together right now.
I don't remember whether the irresolvable conflicts language was in there before or if it was.
Irresolvable was in there before, because that word,
Line 5-7.
yeah.
Yeah, but
So-
irresolvable is like, how irresolvable? You could make a tiny little building, it's resolvable, so that's where it gets to be. If you take that into account, it's always resolvable by making the building smaller, which is what they might have to do. If we have a language that says it can't, irresolvable does not mean your site plan, your building can't change, then yeah, I do understand there are scenarios where we need this capability. The developer is going to need some alternative because there are odd situations, but I'm just worried about the situation where they just don't want to change the size of their building.
So, let's see. This won't address your point exactly, Councilmember Egan, but I do know that I added that the reduction may be granted only to the extent necessary to offset the hardship, so that there's a question of degree. If the hardship is small, then the relief is commensurately small. Then the next change looks like the designated agent shall consider the following. Irresolvable conflicts, that's where you guys just were. The strict application of the tree canopy requirements would cause irresolvable conflicts with other, it says, more desirable site development requirements. So I guess this is a case where we balance different priorities. So for example, in a business district where you might value density, you are also going to value environmental, and you're going to value different elements of your comprehensive planning goals. And if it can't all fit to we have policies for each of those elements, and if all the policies, when applied to a site, can't all be met, there does have to be a method to decide which policies will kind of be sacrificed.
Yeah, it's the language is just
Yeah.
so vague. I mean, reasonable commercial use of the property is, what does that mean? That doesn't really,
Well,
that can be interpreted in 1,000 different ways.
Well, it is kind of a term of art that comes from takings law, and we are required, the minimum that we have to allow a commercial property owner is reasonable commercial use of their land. And so we can't dip, and you're right, that's open to interpretation, but it's economic viability is what that is speaking to. And so economic viability is a factor, and we can't dip below something that makes the property, for example, you said make the building smaller. It can't be so small that it doesn't actually pencil out with the land costs and all of the other expenses that go into having that property. That would make it economically unviable, and the regulation isn't allowed to go that far.
And I don't think we are going that far with a 10% tree canopy. The limits, we already have limits in here that at 10%, I have trouble believing that a building's going to be dipped below a reasonable economic viability versus a desired economic level. And that's why I was looking at the fee being much higher, just because we want to make it economic. We want to move their desired economic viability into giving us the trees. That's where I'm getting concerned, is that reasonable. I think 10% is already reasonable for, you're going to have 90% of the property that you can use, and I think that is reasonable.
I guess, can I make a suggestion? Given that we have this up for first reading tonight, I guess I was going to ask Ms. Mester whether there's anything promising coming out of Richmond where we would be revisiting this anyway, if the state code gives us more.
Based on my review this afternoon and in coordination with Mr. Egan, it does not appear there's anything positive coming out of the General Assembly that will improve 10 years or any other of your code stuff before you.
I did some reading, and the nice-looking tree canopy ones, which were changing it from 20 years to 10 years and that we'd have to adapt to, somehow got amended or replaced with things that barely made any change, and the 10-year rule seems to have fallen out. So it doesn't look like there's big changes on these.
A new substitute that came out of committee. I wouldn't delay any action locally based on this session.
No, I wasn't proposing delaying action. I was proposing we adopt the version here knowing that we might go back, but it sounds like we're not going back if we have to wait at least another year after that, so. Okay.
So I don't know if this will be helpful, Councilmember Egan, but the statutory requirement and the reason why this hardship relief is in here is the language at line 562 and 563, where it says strict application of the canopy requirement would result in, and these words are from code, unnecessary or unreasonable hardship to the developer. And so what is unnecessary and what is unreasonable? These 4 subpoints are trying to put a framework around that and trying to put a rather strict framework around that. But I mean, the other option is to not put a framework around it, but I think that actually, leaves it more open.
I think the framework is good. I understand some of these, the language is difficult to say. You can't really say, oh, it must be very specific here, because what's the commercial use? What's the, that's why I would say our alternative is to make a fee that addresses their financial calculus, to say within their own financial calculus, it makes more sense to do 10% tree canopy. Because if they hit 10%, 10.0000%, there's no fee. This doesn't come into play at all.
Well, I just want to add that the determination of hardship belongs to the city.
Okay.
The city determines hardship. And so that determination could be appealed, I suppose, to the BZA, but it would not be, that appeal, the city would be more likely to prevail than not. So the hardship determination is made in the decision of the administrator of this zoning ordinance.
That is good to know. I still think our fee number is pretty low.
And Mayor, if I could jump in, and Charles would have better insights than I do, but here's kind of where I was thinking the hardship would show up. In much of our older commercial districts, we have 0-foot lot lines. You build right to the lot line. So if you take a place like the Dogwood Tavern, when they put in their deck where you could, they took out some parking spaces and put in that raised dining area. They needed a site plan for that. On that parcel, there is not a single tree. And so that is, and the only place where you could put a tree is currently where there's a parking space. So these are going to be hard conversations, and they're not going to be hard conversations with big developers. They're going to be hard conversations with local businesses who are trying to figure out something on a tight site. I think that's where, if you can sort of have that in your mind, is where this is going to come into play on really hard parcels, and sort of understand that's where it's going to come into play. Charles, is that how you see it?
I do, yeah. Actually, Sally and I, we spoke pretty extensively on this to kind of come to this number. What we don't want to do is have a small business do a kind of repurposing of an old building and be priced out because they can't provide the tree canopy, nor can they afford the fees. So there is a little bit of a striking of a balance there, and $2,000 is a reasonable price in my mind to take the fee and use that money to go and purchase, install, and care for a tree for 1 year. So that's kind of the goal behind that. We don't want to make it cost prohibitive because, these, giant developers, they could pay $15,000, right? And not even bat an eyelash. But we're worried about the smaller businesses too.
Well, and that's, I think, I'm taking the flip side of that of saying, I think that scenario, we absolutely should be giving those situations a hardship, and maybe we need another rule in here where it's with existing structures, there's something around existing structures that would demonstrate a hardship, so they're not getting hit with the fee at all. There's an out for them, but I'm concerned that the large developers are the ones who are going to look at this and have the lawyers to look at it and argue every little bit, that it's not going to stop them, and they're the ones who are going to take advantage of the fee to because you're right, 15, 20, 30, they're not going to bat an eye at it. And so I'm concerned about the big developers taking advantage of it and building to the edge of their lot and ignoring our tree standards because it's a small fee. Maybe we can have something in here in the hardship to address that existing structures represent a hardship. And if you're keeping the existing structures, you get away from the fee. You don't have to do the fee. Because I completely support everything we can do for adaptive reuse and using the existing buildings. And this actually would give more of an incentive to use an existing building.
But I guess per the city attorney's point that the city determines the hardship, that presumes that would happen, right? That you would be able to take that nuance into consideration, that if it is an adaptive reuse or, update of an existing building, that the city would keep that in mind, that you can't fit a tree on dogwood site.
It's good to have language. It's always good.
Ms. Flynn?
I guess my point on this, and look, I've been advocating for this tree canopy standard. I'm prepared to make the motion to move forward tonight on it. I hear what Mr. Egan's saying about, the hardship standard. It does seem that under state code, if we have to include something that, it has to be tethered to some sort of standard. And as you said, reasonable use or reasonable commercial use kind of comes up, and I don't remember whether it's the variances or the waivers or whatever it is, that our commissions or BZA or Planning Commission have kind of had to take up those sort of like standards before. So it is coming from somewhere. And in my view, so long as the price sort of the tree actually compensates us and allows us to buy a tree and plant the tree and care for the tree elsewhere, there's a rational relationship to the not being able to put the tree there and putting it somewhere else, and that shouldn't vary depending on the value of the land to the person developing the land. So it shouldn't matter if it's $45,000 or $100,000 versus that land being worth like $200 because they wouldn't be able to develop it because it's a, public utility line that's getting in the way of the tree, but that what we're doing is accurately capturing the cost of the tree that isn't going to be there, and that as a council, we, through our design standards and through our comp plans and through our directions to planning staff, can make clear that, council priorities, for example, under A, when we say more desirable site development requirements, design standards, or comprehensive planning goals, that if we make clear as the governing body that, those things need to prioritize tree canopy standards, then it should be that is taken into, consideration, and the designated agent or whoever it is who's making this decision as to application of the, hardship relief. So I hear you on it. I don't want to have less canopy, but I feel like we're making big strides in just getting any canopy requirement. And, am hopeful, given the conversations that we've had around this, that we will be able to, maintain tree canopy, and that we're not impose a tree canopy requirement that's actually meaningful, and that we're not talking about 0 to 10, but that we might be talking about the difference between 8 and 10%, for example, on a lot that really can't accommodate the full 10%.
Do you have a motion then, Ms. Flynn?
Yeah, if there are no other comments, am I in the right document? I would move to grant first reading to TO 25-22, refer to the Planning Commission and Urban Forestry Commission for recommendations, schedule a public hearing and second reading for March 9th, 2026, and advertise the same according to law.
Is there a second?
Second.
It was Downs on the second. You call roll, please.
Mr. Egan?
I'm torn here. I think I'm going to say no because I would like to see this flushed out before we go to first reading. But I think I'm going to be outvoted, but I'm going to say no.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yeah.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you, council.
Madam Mayor, before we leave this, I do think Councilmember Egan has made some great points, and hopefully we can look at what we can do on second reading to further address those things. And I know we're limited in making changes from first reading to second reading, but I hope that discussion will continue between now and when this comes back to us.
Thank you. I think Ms. Flynn had a great point that ultimately the tree canopy fund is, if we determine there is a hardship, really should be applied consistently across parcels, right? And so as much as we would like to stick it to the evil developers, at the end of the day, we're kind of assessing whether they can meet that based on a hardship. And I think, as Mr. Shields pointed out, I think in those small parcels is where we actually have those more sensitive issues. And so I appreciate that context and Ms. Flynn's point of view, and look forward to seeing this at second reading. So thank you, staff, for this work.
If I could just tack on one more idea, and that was that Mr. Prince, and I discussed is the monetary amount intended to compensate for the cost of planting another tree that's relatively young at a different location that the city takes on, or is the monetary amount intended to compensate you for the lack of the mature tree in 20 years? That because we won't have enough ways to plant all the trees that we need to plant on public property. And so I do think that's a fair point of debate. And after kind of a rigorous discussion and having attended the council retreat where a lot of discussion focused on small business and being a place for small business, Mr. Prince made a persuasive case for the cost to plant a new tree on public property, and came up with this number as that compensates the city for that cost, and made the case that small businesses would struggle with a much higher number.
I feel like that's good context to put in the staff report, maybe at second reading. So if you could share more of that thinking on kind of how we arrived at that amount, I think that would be helpful both for the public as well as council.
And it's likely that the Planning Commission and Urban Forestry are going to talk about this, and they might have some thoughts to share with council as well.
And I would just argue that having another tree in another location, you'd probably be planting it in an area that already has a lot of trees, and so you don't get this distributed tree canopy that we want. You get much more concentrated in certain areas and then less in other areas, and I think that's, especially in our commercial districts, we already have that challenge.
Okay, let's move on to the next item. You call.
Yes, we have TR 26-08, Rules of Procedure of the City Council of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, effective February 9, 2026. And we spoke about this in work session last week, discussed several of the changes that the city attorney and I suggested. These rules are usually adopted when there's a new term of council starting. It gets a little review. There was a request to add some language regarding testimony by council members before the state legislature. And so there was a paragraph added at line 421. Hopefully that captures what you spoke about in the work session.
Do people have comments about that?
Ms. Connolly, it was your suggestion.
Yeah, it was
Does
my
that
suggestion.
Does that reflect?
The only thing it doesn't cover, is that even testifying in support of the council's legislative program should be shared with all of council. So that, just so that people know what's going on and are in the loop.
So then,
That could be through the
they would-
legislative committee? I mean,
so I think we were considering that maybe you wouldn't be testifying as a private citizen, then you'd be testifying as a member of council. But if you want people to report on that as well, we could maybe.
it was sort of two different, my train of thought as I was talking was just two separate things. One is if, 5 people up here have testified on things, we should let the other people know what we're doing as a council member. And maybe that could be sort of through the legislative committee, somehow, some sort of very easy checklist. I was here. And then testifying as a private citizen, this is exactly what my request was.
Do people have opinions about that?
I think the challenge with testifying as a private citizen, why we should know about it, is no matter how much you say, I'm here as a private citizen, these are my personal views, you still end up getting reported out, if you get reported out in the news or somewhere else, as council member. And so it gets blurry. And I think no matter how much we would like to, we should express our personal views, we're still going to be highlighted as council member or mayor or vice mayor, and so I think it's important for everybody to know. And that's all.
So are people fine with the language, or?
Could I interject just on the nomenclature? I do think this has come up in a case on social media postings and whether you can block comments and not block comments, and the argument's been made by public officials that their site is, their personal site. And I'm going to speak off the cuff, so this might be not exactly as it was written, but my recollection is that the court was distinguishing between personal and not personal. And personal is, your children and, what's going on with your family and your dogs and, stuff like that's personal. So, and if you're testifying about matters of public business, I think the way to phrase it is that you're really testifying as an individual member of a public body, as opposed to your personal point of view. Because when you're testifying about laws that affect how the city runs or, how the city is affected and they're matters of public interest, I do think it's probably impossible to be, in those cases, I don't think you can really take your public official hat off. But you can always speak as an individual member of a body about matters of public business. So I just offer that distinction because that case stuck with me, that personal is really about your personal life, and then public business, you're an individual member of council, or you're speaking on behalf of the body if you're authorized to.
So back to the language. Are people
Right.
fine with the language?
So it sounds like we should change that language based upon what Sally just said. It says, you're saying that for the majority of things, it's better to testify as an individual member of a elected body, not as the private citizen.
Yeah, if it's going to be if the reason you're there is not because your Uncle Joe has a business and your Uncle Joe needs this something or other, if you're there because of how that is going to affect the City of Falls Church, then I think you're speaking as an individual member of a body.
So we would change it where it says who wished to testify, we would change to as an individual member of the public body.
Or as a private citizen. So there would be 3 ways you could testify. One is through the legislative program, one is individual member of a body, and then one is private citizen.
Well, I think if I'm understanding, or you're saying the private citizen is more if we were up there talking about, oh, you're saying, okay, if I went and because they're doing some ordinance on dogs and I have a dog, like that would be a personal, that'd be a private citizen.
Right. Some people have, children that suffer from Lyme disease, and the Lyme, something comes up with Lyme, and it's just really important to your family.
Right.
Then that's personal.
Right. I mean, I think the reasoning behind this is just to keep keep our colleagues better informed as to what, so we're understanding. So I think, the language could be, I think that would be fine. So, the goal of this is really just to keep everyone informed.
So would you want to request that anytime a member testifies before the General Assembly that they're encouraged to let council know, just in any situation? Could we simplify it?
That's fine. And then it says prior to such testimony. I think sometimes it's hard to. Whoops, I think prior to such, it says at the end, prior to such testimony. I don't think it just has to be, sometimes it can't be prior to such testimony.
I would add language as practicable.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Oftentimes, General Assembly schedules are not practicable.
Right.
I guess I would add, I think that, when we get to members representing the body in comments, in testimony, it makes sense because they're advancing the city's legislative program. And so I don't know if there's a way, and I think we generally do this, right, to just capture in here that they're, making comments in coordination with the legislative affairs staff member, director, however we want to memorialize Cindy's role, right, in sort of advancing our legislative program on behalf of our adopted, city council priorities, so that it just reflects in here that people are checking with you if they're speaking on behalf of the body, so that those statements reflect the scope of sort of the legislative agenda that we have decided on, if that makes sense, in terms of trying to capture the on behalf of the body and then also incorporate the, as an individual member versus truly private citizen.
I like the idea of keeping this generic because the line gets blurred between personal and member, and then there's areas that, I spoke up at the autonomous, when they were talking about autonomous vehicles. We have not discussed it at all, so I pointed out that I did it as personally, but I feel we keep it generic. That way we just keep one set of rules, just let everybody know as practical, and then we don't get into this, well, it was this or that or the other thing. I'd say just keep it generic.
So would you like me to try?
Sure, if you have it.
Encapsulate that. So the second sentence would be council members who wish to testify before the Virginia General Assembly are encouraged to notify the city council and relevant staff of such testimony. Where do we put the as practical with that?
At the end.
As practical. How does that work for you?
Yeah, then that's good. And now we've made it generic, but so suppose we end up in a situation where Cindy's testifying with the city legislative program, and I'm testifying as an individual, and we're in the room at the same time, and we're on different sides of the issue. So that's why I really thought it was important to be able to say, testifying when council members are speaking, not on behalf of council, that there's some way to let people know.
It doesn't the generic language capture that now? Because all manners is what Art is proposing.
Right, but then the as practical, I just want to make sure that no one gets blindsided by, I'm standing up there and saying this, and Cindy's standing up there and saying something else, and it doesn't jive, doesn't present what the city council has put into our package.
And I think I heard as practical was tied to the timing of it, not that you wouldn't give notice to each other. So the General Assembly does move really quick. I just emailed the legislative committee bills that are up for tomorrow morning or this morning. Mr. Schneider was speaking for the Leg Committee on behalf of council. The mayor was on, but we're texting. I knew it in advance, but as practical was literally 10 minutes before.
Right.
The bill might have been called. So I thought the as practical was more to the timing and the notification
Yeah, and this is
than doing it.
This is notification to the rest of council. I think as far as identifying yourself as whether it's personal or not is the previous paragraph, and I don't have a problem with that language. You know, council members shall endeavor to identify themselves as individual members who are not speaking on behalf of the city council as a body. So I think that covers the actual testimony and saying, hey, this is my personal opinion. I don't see any need to change that.
That's fine. So like last week when I testified, I sent out a message to all of council, which seemed excessive, but we just had the conversation and I was like, well, this is what I'm going to say. So here's what I'm going to say. I have no idea if that was helpful, not helpful, too much or not. But anyway, it's just keeping people informed of what we're all doing is the intent of this.
And I do think that there should be for the legislative program, right? Like we've been talking about the second sentence, but for the first sentence, and maybe Cindy, you do this, but we should have a notification so that for our own record keeping, we know who was there, right? As to which bills as part of the legislative program.
Wait, are we now asking Cindy to track who was there for all the bills in the General Assembly?
No, I'm saying if you're speaking on behalf of the city, I don't know, to me, that seems to be like one of the most important aspects of it. If you're speaking on behalf of the city and giving testimony as a representative of the body before the General Assembly, then we should be tracking.
I assume it's part of the legislative committee's.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, if a council member speaking on behalf of city council tied to the adopted ledge program, I know about it in advance. It is helpful for me to know in advance because I'm trying to track these and I'll be signed up to testify, but I'm not going to testify if I have an elected governing body member there. So I think that piece I know about is when, and it would be helpful to know in advance if I haven't initiated with the legislative committee to be the one speaking so that we're not multiple people speaking. Like this morning, we had 3 of us speaking on behalf of a bill that was before council. And the committee is, the state General Assembly is a little tight on timeline these days, and they like 30 seconds or less on one speaker. So as long as I know in advance, which literally can be, you've logged in and you send me a text so we can coordinate, great. It's when there's going to be as an individual member of this body, or if you have a personal interest, it's helpful for me to know just so it can be coordinated, but I'm not going to dictate how, when, and what you do. I don't want to make this overly complex.
Right.
And I don't want to create a tracking log because the bills are already fast-paced enough.
So are people okay with the language that the clerks have marked up?
Madam Mayor, I think we need to keep both thoughts in there. I think we need to be clear as to whether we're speaking as representing the council or whether we're an individual member of the elected body, as the city attorney has suggested, but that in any event, we're encouraged to notify city council and relevant staff of such testimony as soon as practical. So there's a general requirement, regardless of who you're speaking for, the council or yourself, you should notify the council as soon as practical. But if you are speaking as an individual, I think we need to make clear that that should be stipulated. So it's 2 thoughts. It's the original thought plus the...
Could we scroll up so that, because I think that's what the previous paragraph is captured in? Because that would cover all things that we may be speaking on, whether it's testimony or otherwise. I think that's what we discussed in work session last week as well. Because that will cover other types of correspondence, not just testimony in the General Assembly. So I think your point is covered in number 2, and then 3 is broadened out so that we do not specify whether you are speaking on behalf of the body, as an individual of the body, or a private citizen.
Yeah.
So people are fine with
I
that?
think that thought should be maintained. And then even if you're speaking for the body, you need to alert council as soon as practical. But the underlining doesn't do that because it removes whether you're speaking as an individual or not. You've removed that thought.
Could we highlight paragraph 2? So do you see, Mr. Snyder, the paragraph above it? Thank you.
Okay, you got that.
Yeah.
All right, you got it. Okay.
Can we say correspondence, speech, and testimony? Speech is like a speech and testimony is different than a speech.
Yeah, add test to that.
In paragraph 2.
Right.
Are we good with it now? Okay, is there a motion then?
Wait, so Ms. Connolly, you wanted to have correspondence, speech and testimony?
Speech, not
Or testimony.
Or testimony.
I think speech is, now we're getting into arguing over semantics. Speech to me seems broader than testimony. Testimony is a type of speech.
Yes, but, no, just leave speech then. Speech is a speech, like I'm going to.
Well, it could be public
I-
comment versus,
public.
public
I-
comment versus testimonies.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was there when this was enacted with our last city attorney, and I think speech was meant as fairly broad.
Speech is broad.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Not speeches.
So it's written versus spoken.
Yes. Okay, any final comments? Is there a motion?
I'm sorry. I just lost. In the second sentence of number 3, are we trying to capture that we are notifying each other when we are speaking before the General Assembly in any capacity? Whether it's as an individual, a private citizen, an individual member of the body, or as the body? Because I don't think that's reflected in 2, and 3 seemingly is reading in terms of like representing the body. And so my suggestion would be, if we're trying to capture all 3 instances, that the second sentence of 3, if we're incorporating 2 into 3, should say something like council members who wish to testify before the Virginia General Assembly in any capacity are encouraged to notify the city council and relevant staff of such testimony as soon as practical.
Great. Are we fine with that? Last call.
Yeah, I got to tell you, 2 doesn't do it because almost anything anyone says, either in an individual capacity, is going to relate or tangentially related to city business. So again, I think 3, if we kept the original thought and simply added a requirement that whether that's the case or whether you're speaking for the council or as an individual, then you should notify the council as soon as practical. That's one thought. The other thought is specifically focused on the need to identify yourself as an individual member of the elected body when you're speaking on something not contained in or contrary to the official positions. 2, in my view, doesn't really do it. It would be fairly simple drafting to make 3 work, to get the 2 thoughts in. The original thought, and the second thought is, even if you're or regardless of whether you're speaking as an individual or a member of council, you're encouraged to notify the city council and relevant staff of such testimony as soon as practical. We lost the original emphasis in that paragraph, in my view. Because if you go to 2, well, if you have a position as an individual, almost anything we say is going to be tangentially related to city business. We lost the thought of the original 3 by deleting the reference to as a private citizen.
So where you just added in any capacity, put in as a member of council, as a private citizen, or as an individual elected member of the body.
Yeah.
Because those are the
could
3.
be a
You want to be
further-
more specific than just in any capacity.
No. The problem is when you delete the testimony about private, it could be individual elected members of the city council. By deleting that, you've lost that thought. And 2 doesn't really deal with it because 2 is not specific enough because almost anything any one of us says could be tangentially related to city business. That's the standard in 2, and that's a very, very broad standard. So all I'm suggesting, Councilmember Connolly, is we keep a version of the original language, replace private citizen as individual member of the elected body, and then add, and then add all council members are encouraged to notify the city council and relevant staff of testimony as soon as practical. Because you want all the testimony, both for its connection with the legislative program and as an individual.
So that second sentence is council members who wish to testify as an individual member of an elected body are encouraged to notify, or council members may wish to testify as an individual member of the elected body, period. Or may also wish. All council members are encouraged to notify council and relevant staff of any testimony as soon as practical. Does that work?
Have you gotten the thought, this originally started as directed toward one scenario. The scenario was the individual testifying as an individual rather than a member of city council, and they have to make that clear, right? That was the original thought. And then we've added this second thought that's related but different, that both that person and any person testifying on behalf of the city are encouraged to notify the city council and relevant staff of such testimony as soon as practical.
I think that does it. We may talk about this till the end of the General Assembly session, or...
I was going to propose if it's not ready that we
Move to
just
adopt.
defer the item because if we're not ready, I was going to propose we defer the item and have people wordsmith it offline.
We can take another look at it if you'd like.
Yeah.
Like clearly people have opinions about this, and so I'd rather we have different time that's not 10:30 when we've got
A
closed session at the end of the night too.
That's fine. Can I move to defer TR 26-08? Is that the right term, defer?
Sure, we can just bring it back to you.
Okay, is there a second on that?
If you don't want to.
Well,
Second.
given that there's a motion, so it was Snyder on the second.
Okay, so defer action on,
TR 2608.
okay, sure.
It was Connolly and Snyder.
Ready?
Yes, please.
Mr. Egan?
Yes.
Ms. Connolly?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
No.
Mr. Snyder?
Yeah.
Ms. Underhill?
Yeah.
Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you, council.
Okay, let's do the emergency declaration.
Yes, we have TR 25-09, resolution confirming the declaration of a local emergency for the January 2026 snow event.
Thank you, council. I'll just be very brief on this. Per city code and state code, when the city manager declares an emergency, it needs to be confirmed within 45 days of that declaration. In the event of a snow emergency, there's two reasons to do it. One is sort of the practical reason is that allows us to enforce our snow emergency routes. And then the other reason is if there is a presidential declaration, there's federal money that follows, and a local declaration is one of the criteria you need to be eligible for those federal dollars. That's not relevant. That second piece is not relevant in this instance because we don't anticipate that there will be a presidential declaration for this event. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Shields? Okay, is there a motion then?
I move to adopt TR 25-09.
It's actually 26-09. It's a typo.
26-09.
Thank
TR
you.
26.
My apologies.
Second.
Ms. Egan on the second. Call roll, please.
Mr. Egan?
Yes.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, we have the Greening of Lincoln contract on other business. Thank you for bearing with us, Ms. Brain.
So Ms. Brain is here, and I know Mr. Dudley's online as well. I'll just turn it straight over to you. I think the request is for authorization for the contract above $100,000 is the specific motion, but we've given much more context at work session. And so, Ms. Brain.
Yes, and we just discussed this extensively last week. So the project is the Greening of Lincoln Phase A, Part 1, Lincoln Park Stormwater Drainage Improvements Project. The city issued a formal invitation for bids, an IFB competitive bidding process. And as we discussed last week, the bids came in significantly higher than our engineering estimates. But the staff plans to spend the city's federal ARPA funds to cover the cost of this project. And as we discussed last time, there's some movement around and strategic thinking about our stormwater portfolio and our various funding sources. But that being said, staff would recommend and request to authorize the contract with the Sagres Construction Corporation for up to $3,711,568, which includes the contingency. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff? I know we spent a long time on Greening Lincoln before, so thank you. Yes, Vice Mayor?
It's just a quick question. So the ARPA, so if I'm understanding it, so the ARPA funds are now basically going to be all depleted with this one phase, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so does that mean for the other phases, then we have to go out and find new funding, new grants and things?
The other Phase A, Part 2 and Part 3 and Phase B, we anticipate using the SLAF funding, the
Oh, that's
stormwater
right.
funding,
Okay.
and some of the rev share funding. And then Phases C and D would be pushed out in the CIP.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Thank you.
And the other, the Harrison Branch and the Sharrow project, which were part of the Big Six original stormwater projects, we need to find additional funding for those, potentially. That's the other consequence of this. Yeah.
I guess my request from last week was so nothing related to the contract authorization for tonight, but before we commit to taking SLAF funding from Harrison and Sharrow, I guess I'd want staff to do that analysis to make sure that the extra phases of Greening Lincoln actually have more public benefit or the projects are more ready and, shovel ready. Because my point last week was that Harrison and Sharrow have been long discussed since 2019.
Yeah, and staff has done a lot of that analysis. I guess we can talk about how to best share some of that information with the council.
You don't have to do it tonight. I
Yeah.
don't expect you to have done it from last week to this week, but that was just a broader concern because I hate for the Harrison and Sharrow people that have been told that we were going to get to their projects 6 years ago, and then now we're taking funding away because Greening Lincoln needs it. Okay, is there a motion?
Move to authorize the city purchasing agent or authorize designee to award a contract with Sargis Construction Corporation as designated in the staff report for work related to the greening of Lincoln, Phase A, Part 1, Lincoln Park stormwater drainage improvements.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Connolly in the second. And call roll, please.
Mr. Egan?
Yes.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes?
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill? Yes. Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, given that it's 10:20, that clock is right, but my computer is not. And I think we have closed session. Let's quickly get through any liaison reports or council member comments. We'll save schedule for Wednesday morning because we do have closed session on 2 different items tonight. Do people have liaison reports or comments?
I have a quick one.
Sure.
Thanks. So we received in written public comment a member of one of our boards and commissions who suggested combining A, B, and HARB. And so this goes to something that GovOps started talking about last year, and this was possibly merging some of our boards and commissions and streamlining them. And so I just wanted to put that out there if everyone felt okay for GovOps to sort of take this on, come up with an approach of how we would address this issue, and we would come back to council with an idea of how to approach looking at this further. Is everyone okay with that?
That sounds good to me. I wasn't clear from that letter if the members of HARB had been consulted or not.
I wasn't either.
So that would be an important part of it.
I don't think they were. I was actually disappointed as the liaison. I was a little surprised that was the lead on there, that the need for new design standards, I think, is pretty clear. But Vice Mayor, I'd like to be clear, when we talk about looking at this, we're not just looking at this one merger.
No, of course not. Of course not. No, that's right. And so this, actually, I had the idea last year when I was serving as the HSAC liaison that there's a lot of overlap between the Housing Commission and HSAC. And so, some of these, are there some ways to reduce, the amount of time that council members need to put in and staff, if there are ways that we can join forces with some of these boards and commissions. So this is just a starting point. I just wanted to put that out there, and that I would follow up with you all as the chair of that committee in terms of what we're seeing. We would establish some sort of group that would look at it with some probably boards and commission representatives and things.
I'd also recommend, I think PUC has come up a few times as one that needs more clarity on their charter. So
which one was it?
PUC, the Public Utilities Commission. I think Debbie used to bring it up a lot as one that seemed a little lost in the woods.
Okay.
It's probably worth refreshing their charter and making sure they understand their scope, or if we decide that we don't need them anymore, we can sunset boards too. So.
Right.
Yeah, I think, I support a holistic discussion. I don't think that we should get out ahead of ourselves tonight in terms of starting to name specific.
Oh, no. I'm just putting out examples as to give people an idea of what we were thinking and how this all came to,
Yeah. No, I just wanted to be for the record.
Yes. No. We have not made any decisions or anything. So, it's just a sort of an exploratory committee, but just wanted to put that out there.
Okay. Thank you to GovOps for taking that on. Any other liaison or committee reports or council member comments? Okay, let's go into closed session. Okay, upon a motion made by
Downs
and seconded by
Flynn
and passed by a vote of City Council, Council went into closed session, 1 pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711.88 for consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel, specifically to consult with the city attorney regarding the city charter provisions relating to staff assignments and salaries, And 2, pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711A.3, discussion or consideration of the disposition of publicly held real property, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, specifically to consult with staff regarding negotiations regarding West Falls Church Phase 2. Councilmember Egan.
Yes.
Connolly?
Yes.
Downs?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yeah.
Underhill?
Abstain, as I will not be joining.
And Hardy, yes. Okay, we are going into close at 10:24. Are we meeting in the Oak Room? Yeah, Justine never joined, so.
You think I can turn my car on now? 10 minutes? 10 minutes.
Are we back on the camera? Okay, we're coming out of closed session. So upon a motion made by Councilmember
Connolly?
and seconded by Councilmember
Downs.
and passed by a vote of the City Councils, council reconvened in open session. Agan,
Yes.
Connolly,
Yes.
Downs,
Yes.
Flynn,
Yes.
Yeah.
Underhill's not here, and Hardy, yes. We're coming out at 11:36. Now for the certification. Upon a motion made by,
Connolly?
seconded by,
Hagan.
and passed upon affirmative roll call vote in open session, it was certified that one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened, heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session or meeting by the body. Agan,
Yes.
Connolly,
Yes.
Downs,
Yes.
Flynn,
Yes.
Snyder,
Yeah.
Underhill's not here, Hardy, yes. Unless there's other business, I would move to adjourn the meeting. Good night, all.
Do we have a meeting next Tuesday? We don't. So then we don't have a council scheduled meeting this Wednesday.
Do we already cancel it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Someone mentioned that we would do it Wednesday morning, but we don't have that. Okay.
Yeah. So usually, if we don't have a council meeting the Wednesday before, we don't have the agenda meeting. Yeah.
There. I think Wednesday is still the grocery opening.
I think that may do it.
And I guess we'll see some people tomorrow at the restaurant thing again. How was the dog place? It was bigger than it appears, and I never knew there was a back part to